Hi, good morning. My name is Felicia Orth, a hearing officer appointed by the Oil Conservation Commission to conduct a hearing in the matter of case 21528. We are on day 10 of the hearing, and this is the 8:30 public comment session. We have two commenters scheduled to speak this morning. The first is Naomi Martinez Parra, and the second is Victor Snover. Um, let's see. Mr. Lamkin, would you please unmute the callers so that we can see if Ms. Parra is among them?
Good to go.
Ms. Parra?
Yes, good morning.
Hello, I can hear you. If you would please offer your comment. We do have all of the commissioners on the line this morning.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. My name is Naomi Martinez Parra, and my apologies, I'm a little out of breath, but I live in Lordsburg, New Mexico, that's Hidalgo County, and I'd like to thank the Oil Conservation Commission for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I quickly would like to address three issues today. The pollution, of course, during this pandemic, the education, and of course, cost. So 2 months ago, I was infected with COVID. However, my health has been compromised, and I, like many New Mexicans, suffer breathing complications due to COVID. And now we have two battles to fight. We have pollution and COVID, both of which, of course, can cause pulmonary disease like mine. Next, I'm a mother. My daughter is 11 years old, and it's my obligation to protect and advocate for her. It is my duty to make sure that she receives the best education and resources. But because of the venting and the flaring and the leaks waste, we're spending over $200 million of natural gas per year in New Mexico. Of course, it's depriving the state of more than $40 million in royalties and tax revenue that could fund our public education, especially because we need a more diversified curriculum during this pandemic. And as a retired school teacher, special education teacher, I understand firsthand the resources that are needed. As a responsible New Mexican, I want to be part of the solution for our health, our economy, but most importantly, our kids, because their lives have already been disrupted enough. I thank you again for the opportunity this morning, and I apologize for my short wind. Please have a blessed weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Parra. Victor Snover. Mr. Snover?
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, very clearly.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for having me. My name is Victor Snover. I am in Aztec, New Mexico, and I'm an elected city commissioner, appointed mayor up here. But beyond that, or in addition to that, I guess, I'm a partner. I'm a father. I'm a grandfather 3 times over, almost 4. And I'm a public school teacher as well as an elected official up here in San Juan County. I support Governor Lujan Grisham's call for nation-leading methane rules, but to achieve that goal, the Oil Conservation Commission must strengthen the Oil Conservation Division's proposed methane waste rule to eliminate unnecessary methane waste. It is my belief that we need to achieve 3 key goals: ban routine venting and flaring, and only allow them when it's necessary for health and safety. Require oil and gas companies to capture 98% of their methane emissions with a goal of 2026 to reach that. Strengthen state reporting and public notice requirements to improve transparency and ensure accountability of oil and gas operations. It's no secret that methane is a powerful greenhouse gas that is responsible for approximately 1/4 of the climate change we're already experiencing today. And like the previous caller had said, fold this in with with a pandemic that attacks folks that have compromised respiratory systems, and you have an even bigger recipe for disaster that was just waiting for us, as you know, kind of setting a trap for folks that are already compromised. And then you throw COVID in this breathing environment, and it's no wonder that our cases are spiking the way they are. But I digress. Methane is also the primary component of natural gas, which means when methane is wasted, it costs our schools upwards of $43 million in royalty and tax revenue. 2020 New Mexico Climate Strategy Progress and Recommendations Report revealed that the oil and gas sector generates 53% of all greenhouse gas emissions in our state, more than twice the amount than previously estimated. And the Climate Strategy Report finds that our current and proposed climate strategies will make significant dent in our greenhouse gas emissions profile by 2030, but reaching our targets will require renewed ambition and additional action. So we're asking that the Oil Conservation Commission should improve the proposal before it by requiring what's called green completions to minimize methane emissions, toughening provisions to ensure that flares stay lit and work properly at all times, preventing methane from being vented, requiring operators to immediately notify folks in the communities at risk when methane releases threaten public health, safety, or environment, denying permits to drill new wells if operators are out of compliance with gas capture requirements. I liken that to if I have a car in a garage and they do shoddy repairs and then I buy a new car, I'm sure as heck not going to bring it back to them to do it again if they're not doing it right the first time. And why is this industry any different? It still puts people's lives and health at risk. If they're not doing it right, why should we continue to let them carry on doing the same thing improperly over and over again? It makes no sense. And I know I'm running out of time, but finally, since nearly 70% of oil and gas methane pollution in New Mexico occurs through leaks, it's critical that the New Mexico Environment Department adopt a rule that holds polluters accountable and cuts emissions across the oil and gas supply chain. NMED's draft rule fails to protect public health and our climate by exempting 95% of wells from regulation across the state from oversight and basic leak detection and repair requirements. I mean, if you're driving down the street and grab one person that's throwing trash out of their window and you let 95 out of 100 throw trash and you continue to let them to operate, they have no incentive to do the right thing and to follow the rules and to stop their practices. We have a methane and waste pollution problem. It's costing our school millions in revenue. We can't afford to give up those millions of dollars in revenue. And like I said, I'm a public school teacher. We don't have money in many cases to buy the supplies that we need to do our jobs. And we're leaving money, unnecessarily leaving money on the table in a state that consistently ranks in the bottom tier in public education and health. It's inexcusable, and we have an opportunity to do something here. And I'm urging our folks in Santa Fe with the Lujan Grisham administration and with your organization to toughen these rules up. We have a window to do something really good for this state and for our citizens, and I urge you to reconsider and to toughen this rule up. I appreciate the time, and I hope you guys have a great weekend. I know it's been a long 10 days of hearings, and I'm sure you've been hearing it all, but I really do appreciate you kind of hanging in there with everybody and doing what you guys do. I know it's not easy. So thank you so much. I appreciate the time, and y'all have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy your holiday weekend.
Thank you very much, Mayor Snover. Mr. Lamkin, I believe we've reached the end of the commenters unless another commenter has reached out to you through chat.
I haven't seen anything.
All right. At this time, based on the late breaking submission of rebuttal by the division and the other parties' need for a little bit of time this morning to review the rebuttal submission, we're going to take a break until 11 a.m. When we return at 11, we will hear from the division's witnesses around that submission, and we may potentially hear rebuttal from the other parties following that, but that's not clear yet. And of course, we'll talk about any potential post-hearing process at that time. Madam Chair, is there anything else we can talk about before we take a break? I would direct the Commissioner's attention to the most recent of the submissions from OCD, which is from this morning rather than from last night. I believe they added page numbers, some other things.
No, I don't think I have anything additional. Ms. Orth will reconvene at 11.
All right, thank you all very much. Of the hearing in this matter, case 21528. This morning we accepted 2 public commenters and broke until 11 as requested last night by council collectively. We will hear from the division this morning in relation to their rebuttal exhibits. Let's do a sound check first. Mr. Ames.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Eric Ames for OCD.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer, excuse me, and Madam Chair.
Mr. Feldwart.
Madam Hearing Officer, members of the commission, fellow council, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
And Madam Hearing Officer, thank you very much for the relief this morning and last night. We appreciate it.
I know I had to turn away from listening to sea shanties to do that.
And I know Mr. Ames and his group was working their hardest to get it out as soon as they could. And you know, and so we made the most of the situation, and hopefully we're ready to proceed.
Terrific. Thank you for that, Mr. Feldwart. Mr. Birnoff.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer and Commissioners and Council. I'm here for the State Land Office, Commissioner of Public Lands.
Good morning. Ms. Fox.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer and Commissioners, and I echo Mr. Feldwart's thanks for your late night reprieve for us to look at OCD's submission.
Thank you. And Ms. Paranos.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer.
Good morning. So let's see. Irene, can you hear us?
I'm good to go.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Anything before we invite Mr. Ames to call or recall his first witness?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer. With respect to our rebuttal, I would like to make a couple brief comments to begin and a request. OCD intends to present 2 witnesses for rebuttal testimony. Last night, we filed and served exhibits 4C and 4D, which is a full written account of our rebuttal testimony. This morning, we filed and served revised versions of those exhibits that added lines, numbers for the lines and pages. There were no other changes to those exhibits. These exhibits reflect a considerable effort by the Oil Conservation Division, given the volume of work and the unexpectedly short period of time to do it in. And we appreciate the understanding and response of the parties and their counsel to the situation. Now, each witness will address a few of the items in the exhibits and then stand for cross. And the exhibits identify the witness best suited to address each line item on the spreadsheets. However, I'd like to take this opportunity to again request permission to call the witnesses individually for direct and to present them as a panel for cross. I'm aware that this deviates from how we've been doing it in this hearing. However, I think there are some distinct advantages to doing it and relatively few disadvantages. With respect to the advantages, As you can see, there's quite a few items on these spreadsheets. There's at least 150 altogether, and there is some duplication between the two parts. So it's probably more like 120 unique items, let's say. These witnesses have a depth of knowledge on many of these, or they share a depth of knowledge on many of these items, and they have different perspectives based on their education, experience, and employment. The identified witness may very well defer to the other to answer a particular question or to elaborate on a particular topic. And OCD believes that it would facilitate useful responses for the commission and to the parties if the witnesses could stand for cross as a panel. And of course, it would avoid the necessity of having to recall witnesses to address issues left unaddressed by the questioned witness. On the other hand, OCD does not see any apparent downside to the panel approach. The fears about conducting this hearing on a virtual platform have largely proved unfounded. There have been minor technical issues, but no issues with multiple people, multiple persons, counsel, and parties participating in a discussion. It's clear that multiple persons can be online, on screen, and available to address questions on request. Therefore, I'd renew our request, our initial request for permission to present the witnesses on rebuttal as a panel. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ames. Let me ask if there are objections from other counsel around the division presenting Mr. Bolander and Mr. Powell as a panel for cross-examination. Mr. Feldman?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, I do not believe that is appropriate. Number one, we've already addressed this in the pre-hearing filings and had a ruling from you on this very topic, and for sound reasons, which are, in my mind, equally applicable here. Each witness needs to stand on their own areas of testimony. And the OCD's exhibit 4C and 4D don't identify two witnesses attributable to the rebuttal testimony. They identify a particular witness as the witness for a particular topic, and that is how it's going to be in the record. As a result, it is that witness that needs to be able to substantiate what they purport to have as their testimony on this exhibit. And so it's inappropriate, for example, to have Mr. Powell testify about a statement on this exhibit that is attributed to Mr. Bolander and vice versa. They need to stand on their own, and they need to substantiate and stand for cross-examination on the statement that they have attributed to themselves.
All right, thank you, Mr. Feldwart. Let's see, Mr. Biernoff?
Madam Hearing Officer, from our point of view, the presentation approach outlined by counsel for the Oil Conservation Division is sound, is designed to promote efficiency, and really does not detract in any substantive way from any party's ability to get testimony, to get information from the division. I think at this point, every party has had an ample opportunity to not only put on its own case, but also to question other parties' witnesses. And I think at this point in the proceedings, it's an appropriate suggestion that Mr. Ames makes, so we concur with it.
Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. We don't have any objection to the proposed procedure. And as to Mr. Felderwood's point about being able to question a particular witness on a particular topic identified in this summary that Mr. Ames provided, counsel would still be permitted to initially, and we talked about this previously when we talked about this procedure before, counsel would still be able to look at this summary, see that the testimony is attributed to one witness or not, and initially ask that witness, if they can substantiate the testimony set forth in this summary. And if they can't, that goes to that witness's credibility for sure. And so that ability of counsel is not disabled by this technique, which we do think would be efficient, more efficient at this point in the process. We would only request permission to allow both Mr. Bach and myself to ask questions of both witnesses, because Mr. Bach and I have divided up witnesses. We divided up areas of expertise. And this document, of course, covers, the entire proceeding. And then we've had a very short amount of time to prepare. And so we would just ask permission if both witnesses are going to go, that both of us could be prepared to ask cross.
Thank you. Ms. Barrios?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I fully support OCD's proposal here. It sounds like it will be a very efficient way for us to move more expeditiously through the OCD's rebuttal. And I think, yeah, that's all I have to say on that one.
All right, thank you. Madam Chair, how would you like me to address this? I understand the commission earlier did not grant that request. I suspect I may be a bigger fan of panels for technical witnesses than some. I've seen them work really well, although I think they're misunderstood sometimes, particularly at this point of the process. Would you like me to poll the commissioners? Would you like to poll the commissioners yourself? What would you like?
I mean, I would definitely be interested in hearing what the other commissioners say, and then I'm happy to sort of state where I am.
All right. Commissioner Engler?
I am fine with Mr. Ames' suggestion of panel. Thank you.
Commissioner Kessler?
I'll defer to the other commissioners. I don't have strong feelings one way or another. I'm glad that we didn't do the panel during direct, but I don't have strong feelings during redirect.
Madam Chair?
I am open to the panel option. I think I agree with Commissioner Kessler. I think the earlier proposal was different and would have been different during direct. But at this point, it seems like the panel may be the most efficient method and the easiest way for the commissioners to get the remaining information that we may need.
Thank you. In that case, Mr. Ames, your request is granted, and Ms. Fox, I believe as a logical extension of that ruling, that you and Mr. Bach may both cross-examine the panel, and I probably don't need to issue this warning, but if you would avoid asking duplicative questions. All right, Mr. Ames, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. OCD calls Brandon Powell.
Mr. Powell is still under oath.
Hello, Brandon. I can't see you. Are you with us?
I believe so. Can you hear me and see me now?
Can hear you, can't see you.
Well, let me see if it'll work. Can you all still hear me? If so, my computer just froze.
This is one of those technical issues which I just downplayed.
My computer froze. I'm going to have to jump out and jump back in. I apologize.
Okay.
Mr. Ames, you jinxed yourself in pointing out that we had had no technical difficulties with our witnesses yet.
Deny that. And I will say, if technical difficulties persist, we will be happy to revert to the prior form of presentation. But let's just see how it goes. Okay. You're not, let's see.
I can see him.
Great. Great, thank you, Brandon. Please state your name for the record again and spell it for the court reporter.
Brandon Powell, B-R-A-N-D-O-N, Powell, P-O-W-E-L-L.
And Brandon, you're the Engineering Bureau Chief for OCD, is that right?
That is correct.
Did you previously testify in this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Great. Has OCD prepared rebuttal testimony?
Yes, we have.
Have we prepared a written form of that testimony?
Yes, we have.
And what form is that?
We have prepared a spreadsheet to go over all the items we haven't taken, and we've also prepared a short PowerPoint to illustrate some of the items that we show in the spreadsheet.
To orient the commission to these spreadsheets, well, let me ask you this first. These spreadsheets were served on the other parties yesterday evening?
That is correct.
So let's orient the commission to the spreadsheets. How many spreadsheets are there?
There are two.
And how are they presented? What are they labeled, for instance?
So they're presented as Exhibit 4C, which covers Part 27, and Exhibit 4D, which covers Part 28.
And how are they arranged?
They're arranged, let me pull it up so I can talk to it. They're arranged showing the line item on the left, the citation of the rule that's being discussed, which party presented the information, which topic it related to, which proposed modification they were requesting, the OCD's position on that topic, and the OCD witness best attributed to discuss it.
Thank you. Now, if I understand correctly, you're going to present testimony on a few of the items on those spreadsheets, is that right?
That is correct.
And then stand for cross on the balance of it, the balance of the spreadsheets.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's start with some items on which the commission, on which the division found the testimony of the other parties compelling and agrees to make some changes. So if you would please start, I believe your first line item might be line 22 on the Part 27 spreadsheet, is that right?
It's actually not long, but it is in the PowerPoint spreadsheet. Let me pull that up.
Okay. Then I'll let you take it from here.
So I've got two slides to share. It should be up now. So the first two slides will go over line 43 and 70. We've agreed to modifications for these lines. Specifically, this covers the maximized flare combustion efficiency and also adds components around representative in the reporting. Jim Bolander will go through this more extensively in his testimony on these two slides. The next slide goes over lines 85 and 87, specifically in the reporting categories. And there'll be some proposed changes to the other category in the waste reporting, and also some changes to the royalty reporting, interest reporting, and I'll go through those further through my testimony.
Thank you. So now are we ready to move on to line item 22?
Yes, sir. So
Okay.
that's so to orient, I will start with the PowerPoint. The line 22, we're specifically looking at the provision where the division is requiring flare versus venting. And I just wanted to call the commission's attention to that this was already in rule, this intent, in 1915, 18, 12, where it currently has the statement that the operator shall burn all gas produced and not used under the casing head gas provision for venting and flaring. I would also point out why we're on this slide and on this rule. There was some discussion previously around volumes that are being reported and 50 MCF versus any volume. And I think that was should have been specifically related to the 129 and the 141 or 115 reporting. And now what we're going to have under 115B as proposed, it would not have a minimum volume of 50 MCF. And that is currently in rule as well under that same provision, and report the estimated volume on a C115. This relates to gas that has been exempted from the subsection. So there is not a limit requirement on that gas. As a reminder, the language from this rule dates back to 1972.
Brendan, are you prepared to move on to the next one? I believe it's line 37. Is that correct?
Yes, I am. And I'm going to switch over to the spreadsheet for this one. Let me make sure I've got the right exhibit up. I apologize.
So line 30, yeah, there you go. So line 30.
Were the slides sent over, or was it just the spreadsheets that were sent over?
Madam Chair, just the spreadsheets.
Okay.
We will move to introduce the PowerPoint as a demonstrative aid at the conclusion of our presentation.
Okay, thank you.
So Brandon, with respect to line 37, this concerns the Bradenhead test exception. What is the, where does OCD stand on this issue?
So the OCD on this one, because it was addressed in testimony, we want to just reiterate the processes in New Mexico on these. I think there's a couple points that should be pointed out. First off, during a Bradenhead test, the intent is never to vent the tubing or the production casing annulus. So the production stream is never intended to actually be vented to atmosphere. What this does is this tests the intermediate annulus, if applicable, and the surface annulus as applicable, which are protection zones for the well, to see if there's any commingling of gas in between those and the production string or other issues identified in the well. Typically, this test lasts up to 30 minutes per string. So if there's multiple strings, this test could be upwards of an hour and a half long if there's issues identified. And this is an extremely important test not to change as it detects mechanical integrity in the well passively without the use of additional equipment, rigs, those kind of things.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to item 54, part 20 spreadsheet. And this item concerns AVOs. What do you have to say about this?
So there's a lot of information here, but I think the main points we wanted to point out is one, I think there was some misconception of what we were looking for in this provision. I think previous testimony noted Colorado just has some check boxes that it was an audio, visual, and olfactory check, 3 check marks, and then a report if anything is found. That's really what is intended for us as far as the inspections. We feel that the operators are already doing these inspections as testimony identified, already identifying that if there is provisions, and I should say operators, prudent operators are already doing this. We just want the ability to go ahead and check those records if we find something to ensure that it wasn't something long-standing and that these inspections are being done properly.
Thank you. Let's move to item 85.
Before we move to 85, I believe I have a slide 77.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Slide 70, item 77, C115, 115 Bs, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, please.
So let me get to that real quick. So again, I think there was some misconceptions, or maybe that we weren't as clear as we needed to be on the 115B versus the 115. So we put together this slide to illustrate some of our concerns. In the table on the left are 3 current property IDs in New Mexico. What these are property ID codes where the reporting goes against one code for multiple wells in a single property. There's 4 here. The C115 is a production accounting form based on the concept of taxable property. Making substantial changes to this form could adversely affect SLO and TRD. The multiple operators report multiple wells on these 115s. An example of this in this table, for 4 properties, there's roughly 1,791 wells with an unknown number of associated facilities. OCD can't use the data in these 115s to identify venting and flaring related to specific wells or specific facilities. It's just lumped in a total property. Operators can't use the data on these 115s to identify patterns and solutions to venting and flaring from specific wells or facilities. OCD's proposed rule did not expressly state that the C115B requires reporting on a single well or single facility, but OCD clearly conveyed its intent to require reporting on this basis. To resolve that, the division is going to propose a new language in Part 27 in 1915-27-8 G2. So this still addresses line 77, if anybody needs to reference. So what we did is we added in the reporting section that the operator shall report for each well or each facility the volume of vented natural gas and the volume of flared natural gas. That way, our intent is clear that we want it for each well or each facility. That way we can link it back to a specific item in time.
Thank you, Brandon. Are we now ready to move to item 85?
Yes.
So item 85 concerns 8G2M, the other category for reporting. What's the division's position now?
So the division, after listening to testimony, it was evident that there was some confusion over this other category and the ability to link things in that we had previously removed as they weren't waste or couldn't be accurately reported. So we really wanted to identify some boundaries on the other. The other is to identify waste categories that could be occurring or that the division could identify in the future. So we added language to M for other waste as defined in 1915-2 NMAC that is not described above.
Thank you. Let's move on to item 87, which is the royalty owner reporting provision in 8G4.
Okay. So item 87 for the royalty provision. This is one that we identified that we are making some modifications to after listening to testimony. We are looking at adding language that the beginning of this reporting is, we're asking that it be started January 2022 to allow operators some time to identify how they are going to perform this reporting. We also additionally agree with NMOGA that overriding royalty interest owners do not require this reporting and will exempt them from this requirement.
Great. And let's go to item 95, which concerns reporting releases that include liquids.
Okay. And we have a slide on this one as well, and it's going to expand into a bigger topic. I think there was some confusion in this one, which is why NMOGA was proposing to delete the 141. So we've got some additional language that will cover this as well in our PowerPoint. Let me pull that back up. So again, I think there was some confusion of the division's intent on this one. We were looking at using the 129 in lieu of the 141 for releases that only included gas. And then we were looking at using a 141 in lieu of a 129 for releases that may include fluids, because there will be some remediation efforts in those. So because of that, we're actually proposing two different modifications to our proposed rule. The first one being a 1915-27 8G1A. We discovered we inadvertently left out language allowing that the 129 be used in lieu of the 141 in this portion. So in blue, we are proposing to add this language here, that in lieu of filing a Form 129 in lieu of a C-141, except as provided by subparagraph D of paragraph 1 of subsection G, 1915-27-8 NMAC. The next proposal is in that subparagraph D to ensure clarity. We are clarifying it that it's for a release which includes liquids during venting or flaring, that the operator will file the 141 instead of the 129. I believe the way NMOGA was phrasing it, they were confused in our intent that an operator would file the 129 for the gas and the 141 for the liquids portion. That wasn't our intent. Our intent was filing of one form, which if liquids are included would be the 141, which it would include both the gas and the liquids. And I think that would have a direct effect on the implementation of 95, as I think it clarifies that the 141 would still be applicable.
Thank you, Brandon. And let's move over to part 28. If that you wanted to address the issue of GIS layer.
Yes, I think there was some confusion there of our intent, or I want to ensure that our intent is clarified. I think there was some suggestion that we could take releases that are reported to us and apply this ourselves in lieu of submitting a GIS layer for this information. And just to clarify, I don't think that this is possible. One, because the pipelines could have confidential requested on it, so it wouldn't be available to the public, and we wouldn't be able to map those incidents directly to that line. And two, we can't do it simply off a location, because there may be a pipeline corridor including multiple pipelines, where if you plotted just those single points, it doesn't show you which one of those multiple pipelines it's linked to. Or you could have a pipeline that's a couple miles long, where you may have multiple releases on that single pipeline that you wouldn't be able to differentiate that it was on that single pipeline. It could look like it's from different sources when it's from a single source.
Thank you, Brandon. OCD now calls Jim Bolander.
Mr. Bolander is still under oath.
Jim, are you there? Could you please state your full name for the record and spell it for the court reporter?
James Bolander. Last name is Bolander.
And Jim, you testified earlier in this proceeding on behalf of OCD? Great. Why don't we jump right in? You have a number of items that you're going to address. Let's start with part 27, item 3, regarding phase definitions.
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Oh, what I'd like to do here is address everyone to three particular definitions that I will talk about, because we have to talk about all three relative to this particular, and that would be line 3, which is citation 7D for completion operations, line 13, which is 7P for production operations, and line 14, which is Q for separation flowback. The way our current language works with those three definitions, completions defines when completion starts and then states that completion ends at the end of separation flowback. Move to the separation flowback stage, which is line 14. It states that separation flowback begins, when separation is possible, and ends at a time frame of 30 days. And then line 7P for production operations, it begins at 1 and then concludes at the end of the life of the well. For this, recommended that at the end of the separation flowback, that a new term be startup of production, which basically states that startup production begins with initial flowback and concludes with continuous recovery of sellable gas from the beginning of completions until there's continuous recovery any crude, condensate, or water produced. The concern that OCD has in the delineation point from one phase, completion, versus to the next phase of production. This is key in our regulation as each of these phases, completion and production, are spelled out in sections 27.8C for completion operations and 27.8D for production operations in terms of key exceptions for the rule. Would also like to point out that in existing language in 19, 15, 18, 12, under casing head gas, the production operations is defined by a time frame of 60 days. OCD feels like with our provisions that we've added for off-spec gas, which allows for additional completion time, and for exploration well, that any additional time past the 30 days has been captured. To line 26. Eric?
Sorry, Jim, I was on mute. Yes, please, let's move on to line 26, which deals with 8C1, WELC and EDF's proposal for reduced emission completions.
Yes, thank you. The current language and follows existing EPA Quad O and Quad OA language for completion flowback. Specifically the initial flowback stage and how you move from initial flowback to separation stage. The proposed language from WELC and EDF proposes language from Colorado, specifically the Air Quality Control Division, and also referenced in COG's.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that response? You're cutting out.
During a flare.
Jim?
I'm sorry.
Jim?
Jim?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on one
Yes.
second. the court reporter didn't catch some of what you were saying. So Irene, could you let Jim know where he needs to start again?
Okay, just give me a second. He was talking about the Air Quality Control Division and license reference in OCD agency, and then he started cutting out.
Kind of move one step back. And the WELC EDF proposed language, they are referencing Colorado language from the Air Quality Control Division, which was also referenced by the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission, which requires capture of natural gas during initial flowback and sent to a flare or a control device. EDF's expert Tom Alexander indicated that this is can be performed in most cases, and in the examples that he cited were primarily gas fields. And he did also state the required language there is designed for appropriate pressure release systems. OCD is retaining the current language, and with the performance standard that we have set forth in 27.8E1 on design of separation equipment to ensure wells placed into separation stage as soon as possible to minimize the time during initial flowback. As highlighted in our exhibit, our concerns are threefold. One, feasibility, primarily due to flow conditions in certain types of wells resulting in slug flow, which prevents the capture of gas. Second is the safety, which depends on correct design to prevent overpressurization. And third, we feel like there's a well-type perspective on being able to successfully, as mentioned in his examples, the three cases were primarily gas fields. I can concur with Tom on the Fayetteville Shale. I have intimate knowledge of our completions during that time frame, and can state that what we primarily did was we upsized our production separators to be able to handle the large volumes of fluid during early flowback. Therefore, we were able to reduce the initial flowback from days to hours. And in subsequent reports, either to EPA GASTAR, we showed that we were able to increase production by 16 million cubic feet per average well during this technique. Our concern with oil wells is that, one, the high rates that will be flowing back, which could inherently cause issues due to overpressurization, as well as with the high volumes of fluid and slug flow, the feasibility of capturing during this stage. So therefore, we recommend that our current language as a holistic view be kept as is.
Thank you, Jim. Let's move to item 43, which concerns section 8E3 and the language for flare performance standard.
Thank you, Eric. My hand copy because it's a little easier for me to read. Yes, we are talking about flare performance standards, and in the current language, OCD required complete and continuous combustion. NMOGA has recommended that the language be changed to ensure proper combustion of gases. Understands that current language may imply 100% combustion, which was not the intent of our language. But we're concerned proper combustion has no defined acceptable range of efficiency. OCD would offer is to change the phrase to that maximizes flare combustion efficiency. This language in research was pulled from World Bank from their website, in which they discussed their no zero flaring recommendations.
Thank you, Jim. Let's move on to item 70, which is a very long citation. It is section 8G1B, Roman numeral 4, and it concerns the nature of the gas analysis that is required. Could you explain OCD's position on this?
Our original language was to specify compositional analysis of vented and flared gas. And the reason being, and it was, stated in testimony, for many of us in the industry, when we talk about pulling a gas sample, we know exactly what we're looking for in terms of that. And compositional analysis is typically the first thing. It is what we but we wanted to be clear that that's what our intent was. NMOGA recommended that we change compositional to representative. The hearing, Commissioner Engler made a recommendation to put some sideboards around representative, and what proposed that language be added to this section that representative of the well or facility, in hopes that this may clarify that what we're not looking for is, during an emergency or malfunction, is for operators to go out and attempt to obtain a gas sample. But if they have a representative sample from that well or from that facility, that is what we're really looking for to give us an estimate of what type of event is occurring.
Thank you, Jim. Let's move on to item 79, which is section 8G2 D, E, and F, and this concerns NMOGA's proposal to delete certain categories of certain low pressure categories from the reporting requirement. What is OCD's position on this proposal by NMOGA?
Our explanation is quite long, and I'm sure I'll probably get a little wordy as well here. NMOGA had recommended that we delete 3 categories in this particular section right here, and that for downhole maintenance, manual liquid unloading, and uncontrolled storage tanks. Our current draft includes these categories to be reported and also be counted toward gas loss. OCD and
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
excess emission.
Mr. Bolander, Mr. Bolander, hold on one second.
Jim, we need to pause.
I don't think he can hear us for some reason.
Yes.
Mr. Bolander, I'm sorry,
Yes.
You're breaking up. Sometimes it's the
Yes.
ambient noise
Hello.
from Mr. Ames. Uh-oh. I think 2 things would help. If you took the video off and if Mr. Ames would consistently
I took my video off, if that helps. Is that better?
It is better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Irene, would you tell us? Irene, would you tell us where we lost him?
Yeah, give me just 1 second, please. Started cutting out about liquid unloading store control tanks or current draft that's NMOGA's recommendation that they be deleted due to, and it was cutting out real bad throughout that entire answer there. So.
Starting over, so please bear with me. Am I coming through clear now?
Yes, you are. If you would start over, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Okay. This particular category on monthly reporting, the three categories D, E, and F represent downhole maintenance, manual liquid unloading, and uncontrolled storage tanks. OCD's draft includes these categories be reported and also be counted toward gas loss. NMOGA recommends that these sources be deleted due to accuracy of estimated volumes and also considered low pressure and should not be considered waste. It means that these categories remain in the rule. We feel like there are valid estimation methods that can be used by operators, and that in many and in these categories there is potential for excess emission, which is considered waste. In addition, OCD has the authority to require reporting in order to prevent waste now in the present and also in the future, and to understand what volumes of venting and flaring are occurring at well sites, facilities, and in the state. I will admit, over the last couple of days, there was much debate over the accuracy of these categories presented by all parties. I'd like to address a couple of the categories, the first being manual liquid unloading, and I'd like to OCD's Exhibit 46, which is the United Nations Climate and Clean Air Coalition Technical Guidance Document number 7, well venting for liquid unloading. This was a coalition of industry experts from around the world evaluating sources within oil and gas industry and came out with a set of technical guidance documents to guide these operators in reducing their emissions. My company, Southwestern Energy, was one of the companies participating in this. In this document, it cites the use of the engineering calculations found in EPA Subpart W 98.233 as a valid methodology. And in addition to that, the technical guidance document cites two other sources as references. The first is a 2012 report by API and ANGA characterizing pivotal sources of methane emissions from natural gas production, in which API and ANGA used the engineering calculations along well data submitted by companies to compare to EPA data. In addition to an EPA natural gas STAR report by Anadarko, which highlights their best management practices for various technologies, including plunger lift versus manual unloading, in which in their document or in their presentation, they utilize these engineering calculations to highlight the production uplift and economics of moving away from manual unloading to plunger lift. The second category I'd like to highlight is uncontrolled storage tanks. It has been highlighted by stakeholders that there are methods to estimate controlled storage tanks, the volumes of venting and flaring. The use of modeling software such as ProMax and ENP tanks are used in but also I'd like to highlight how they are also used in the design of the facilities. First, they're used in the design of separation stages, which is most successful in being able to stabilize the hydrocarbons to improve surface recovery liquids but also minimize flashing. And second, the design of the equipment, such as vapor recovery unit, to natural gas for disposition. Utilizing these softwares allow engineers to design vapor recovery units to capture, compress compressed natural gas and put into cells. As a reference to this and a testimony that we've heard, OCD also has Exhibit 45, which is another UN Climate and Clean Air Coalition technical guidance document number 6 on unstabilized storage tanks, which highlights much of what has been discussed, as well as the methane guiding principles on flaring, which highlights the need for potential 2 stages of separation to minimize flashing. Eric, I think we're ready to move to part 28.
Yes, let's go. Thank you, Jim. Let's move on to part 28. I can't see you. Stay offline, but I didn't have a visual cue there, so thank you. Let's move to part 28. We're going to talk about line 17, which concerns operations planning, and it's 8C1 in part 28.
Yeah, 28C for part 28 or part 28C references operations performance standards for natural gas gathering systems. C1 is a requirement for midstream operators to provide an operations plan to the division that is designed to minimize waste of natural gas from a natural gas gathering system. NMOGA recommends that this plan be modified to become a mitigation plan filed by operators when they become out of compliance with the natural gas capture requirement. OCD feels that its approach is to manage and minimize waste, and that our approach, active approach, and that an operations plan, which may include multiple, as suggested by OCD, engages a company across multiple teams to manage and operate a gathering system to minimize waste, and feel like a more proactive approach up front is warranted more so than a mitigation plan after issues have been identified. And that, my comments, Eric.
Thank you, Jim. That concludes our direct rebuttal testimony. And now we'll move the admission of OCD exhibits 4C and 4D.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ames. Let me pause for a moment in the event there are objections. OCD exhibits 4C and 4D.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. We also move the admission of OCD exhibit 4E, which is a demonstrative aid. And I have sent that to the commission and to all parties
I did see
a bit earlier.
Okay, thank you. Objections to the demonstrative aid? No, 4E is admitted.
Thank you. The witnesses are now available for cross.
All right, thank you. Mr. Felderwerk, do you have questions of Mr. Powell or Mr. Bolander based on their testimony? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Fox is raising her hand. Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. May we just have 10 minutes after this testimony to just dot our I's and cross our T's on cross? Since this is so hurried. You're muted.
Sorry, let's come back at 12:10.
Thank you.
Maybe Ms. Orth, before we go, can we just clarify, are we intending to take a break for lunch, or was that supposed to have been before we started at 11?
What's your pleasure, Madam Chair?
Well, I didn't personally eat lunch, so maybe I mean, it could be quick.
All
Either
right.
that or you can watch me eat.
No, why don't we just break till 12:30 then?
Okay, how about that works?
All righty, thank you.
Thanks.
Let's come back from the break, please.
I'm ready to go.
Thank
Great.
you, Irene.
Madam
Mr.
Hearing
Ames?
Officer, I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Officer, before we get going, I just wanted to explain what we think was happening earlier with Mr. Bolander's connection. We don't think it will happen going forward. Mr. Bolander is in Texas, and apparently there are very high winds there that were disrupting his connectivity. He's found an alternative source to connect, and hopefully that will alleviate the problem. If for some reason that there is a delay that becomes an impediment to effective cross, OCD is happy to go back to this way we've been doing it. We do not want to impose any unnecessary burdens on fellow council and the parties.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ames.
Thanks, Eric.
So let's make sure we have Mr. Powell and Mr. Bolander on the line with us, video or not. I see Mr. Powell. I see Mr. Bolander. Mr. Felderwerk. Oh, there you are. Sorry. The pictures move around on my screen. Go ahead, please.
Trying to figure out, let's see, how do we do this? I guess it's you, Mr. Bolander. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
I'm going to go to your favorite topic, which is on page 2, line 8. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Emergency, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we're dealing here, I believe, with subpart 6. That's what I'm looking at in line 8. Is that right, Mr. Bolander?
Yes, I was also pulling up the actual language from the rule itself as you were heading it there.
So it's 27.8.7 G6. It's a definition of emergency. And I want to ask you about your statements related to that, okay?
All right.
You state in the last line of your comments that the OCD's definition of emergency allows 3 emergencies in 60 days. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's not correct, is it, Mr. Bolander?
Yes, it is. And the rule, it says 3 or more emergencies within a single reporting area.
Wouldn't that only allow 2 to be excused?
Yes, and reading the language, I agree.
Okay, all right. So 2. Now, you indicate that, in your opinion, the OCD is more generous than the BLM's definition?
Yes.
When you say the BLM definition, which rule are you talking about? Which BLM rule?
It would be 3179-103. It would be C5.
Okay.
Which states, yes.
Hold on a second. Can I have sharing capability, please?
Yes.
Or who's Dylan? Mr. Koss is running this thing. Okay. Mr. Koss, can I have sharing capability? Thank you, sir.
You have it now, Mr. Felderwerk.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bolander, I put I believe the definition you referenced up on the screen. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, the way the OCD's rule is written, the emergency exemption or issue extends to the operator, not a particular geographic area, right, Mr. Bolander?
It does within the reporting area in which the events occur.
Good point.
So not statewide.
Okay. So it would be, for example, an operator in I'm just going to say the Permian area, which is the southeast area, right?
Yes.
And it would apply to all the operator sites in that entire Permian southeast area.
Yes.
Yeah. And if the operator was up in the northwest, it'd be up in the San Juan Basin.
Correct.
Right. And it would apply to all the operator's entire operations in that San Juan Basin area.
Correct.
Now, when you look at the BLM definition, it's more concise when it comes to the geographic area. Is it not, Mr. Bolander?
Yes, it is, with the three specific areas.
It says, for example, in C5, in applying this emergency exemption, a situation on a lease, a unit, or a communitized area.
Yes.
Okay. Don't you agree that it would be appropriate to limit this particular section to a particular site or area like the BLM has done?
What the BLM did by listing all three, communitized areas can be quite large, for one. And then.
So hold on, Mr. Bolander, a communitized area?
Yes.
You think that's quite large?
It can be.
Most of the time it's not though, right?
Normally. It is typically larger than a lease, but less than some of the large units I've seen in some of the federal acreage.
Okay. But it doesn't lump all three together. It says lease, unit, or communitized area.
Yes.
So in other words, you'd have to have, this provision would apply to 3 or more emergencies on a lease.
Within a 30-day period.
Okay.
Where we're at 60.
And separately it says, or on a unit, right?
Yes.
Or as you pointed out, on a communitized area.
Correct.
Okay. Now I want to talk about your comment on page 2, line 15.
Yes.
This deals with NMOGA's proposed change to the definition of venting. Correct, Mr. Bolander?
Correct.
Okay. And NMOGA's proposed change was to adopt what Colorado did.
Correct.
Okay, which I have up here on the screen. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, now you have suggested that NMOGA has not identified any type of equipment excluded by, now this, you're referring to this definition, right?
Right.
That is not also excluded in the OCD's rules.
That's based on what we see here. We feel like that we've captured a greater data set in both A, 8A, or 8B, 8C, and 8D.
Okay. Now, how are unintentional, and I'm looking at the definition and I'm looking at subpart B. Can you tell me where unintentional leaks that are not the result of inadequate equipment design is captured in the OCD's rule?
It is not captured in the rule.
It's not.
No.
Okay. So there's one it's not. Then the next one talks about under this natural gas escaping from or downstream of a tank. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, now tanks, emissions from tanks are allowed as a authorized quote unquote venting, right? Under subpart D of the division's rules.
Correct.
But Mr. Bolander, it's counted against the operator when there are in the process of calculating their gas capture percentage. Correct?
Only if it is uncontrolled, and uncontrolled in a situation, for example, thief hatches, or even if it's controlled and thief hatches, if thief hatches are open or damaged, if routed to a flare or a control device. So there are specific reasons for counting it in the reporting section.
Have you read the reporting section?
Yes.
Okay. Now, part of that reporting section is done based on the categories in G2, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if I go to G2, I'm on the MOGAS or OCD's Exhibit A. I'm down at G2. It just says uncontrolled storage tanks. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay. So operators are expected to report on a monthly basis the emission from uncontrolled storage tanks.
Correct.
And uncontrolled storage tanks is not excused from the gas capture calculation when you get to that part of the rule, is it, Mr. Boland?
You are correct.
Okay. So even if it's unavoidable, as it is in an uncontrolled tank, it's counted against the operator when you get to the gas capture percentage.
Yes, it is.
Whereas Colorado, Mr. Bolander, as we saw in the prior definition, their oil and gas association does not regulate the emissions from uncontrolled tanks. Isn't that true?
If you pulled it back up, it did mention in the case where tanks where there was insufficient, where separation equipment was of insufficient size, which would be C2.
There are some caveats there. So let's assume, Mr. Bolander, that an uncontrolled tank in Colorado meets the requirements here in subpart C1, 2, and 3.
Correct.
In that case, it is not, those emissions are not regulated by the Colorado Oil and Gas Association.
In Colorado, they're not.
And instead, they are regulated, or am I correct, Mr. Bolander, in stating that in Colorado, these types of low pressure emissions from uncontrolled tanks are regulated by the Colorado Environment Department under their emissions program?
In this case, they chose to do so, but in other parts of the rule, they adopted by reference some of those rules.
The Colorado Environment Department?
Yes.
Okay, not the Oil and Gas Association?
Yes.
Am I saying that? Is that the right term? Is it Colorado?
Colorado Air Quality Control.
Okay, and with respect to this definition of venting, this was adopted by what Colorado agency?
The Colorado Oil and Gas Commission, better known as COGC.
COGC, I'm sorry, I knew I was saying that wrong. And that would be the equivalent of the Oil Conservation Division or Commission here in New Mexico.
Yes, it would be.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask about your comment on page 4, line 33. You know, either line or row, whatever you want to call it. This deals with another favorite topic of yours, and that is introduction of oxygen as a result of commissioning of equipment, right, Mr. Bolander?
Correct.
Okay. I'm trying to understand what you're saying here. Can you please explain to me what you're saying in your comment? first I want you to read it, and then I'll.
Right,
Maybe
yeah,
I'll
thank
change
you.
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
please, thank you.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay,
Okay, now I want to apply this to a circumstance you and I believe, talked about before, but I want to make sure nothing's changed.
correct.
We had a circumstance you and I spoke about previously or discussed previously where an operator would be commissioning equipment, and as part of that commissioning operation would be introducing air into the system.
Correct.
Okay, I call that purging, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, and that is a common and necessary practice, right, Mr. Bolander?
Correct.
Okay, and as part of that purging, you're going to introduce oxygen into the system.
Yes.
Okay, now, are you saying here that the venting and flaring that would be necessary, I should say venting or flaring, that would be necessary from the introduction of oxygen into the system in that circumstance would not be counted against the operator when it comes to gas capturing, or when it comes to the gas capture percentage? That's what I'm unclear about.
Right. In our language in 8D, we added a little bit of language, from NMOGA's recommendation, to state for as long as necessary to purge the introduced impurities. And,
Thank you.
And from that language, it is our intent that if done correctly, that volume of venting and flare, which is necessary to remove the O2 from commissioning, would be allowed under as an exception. And in this case, up to that point, would not count towards pure gas capture. That was my testimony the other day and remains.
Thank you. So now can you tell me what language in a division's current rule, and we'll go to it here, accomplishes that intent?
Are we moving to the reporting section?
Whatever I need to move to accomplish that intent.
Okay. Well, the first intent was in the exception section, which would be 27.8DL, which I read from. And the corresponding reporting would be in 27.8G2. And I believe you're probably referring to H, where we have.
I'm looking on the screen, yes.
Yes, H, we have I, or Roman numeral 1, where we will ultimately exempt those volumes from gas capture.
That would be 27.8H.
1.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, let's back up.
I'm sorry.
27.8 G2H Roman numeral 1.
Correct.
Okay.
And then Roman numeral 2 is O2 concentrations that do not meet gathering pipeline quality specs.
Okay.
And the intent here is to capture the oxygen levels that would have been introduced in other events that have been addressed, such as foam air, nitrolift, such as that. I believe that the intent of the way we wrote the language in 27.8D.L, which allowed for that time period to where it would be allowed during commissioning, takes those volumes out of the calculation.
How? That's what I don't see, Mr. Bolander. How is that done in the calculations that accomplish the gas capture percentage, which are in 27.9B? How's it done? Because I don't see it.
Right. Well, our intent, understand, our intent, if you look at everything that is listed in 27.8D, and I can even add 8B, C, and D, a number of those volumes which are exceptions, a number of them we're not asking to be reported under G2. One reason was to accommodate.
Well, I understand now. Hold on, Mr. Bolander. My question relates to oxygen. It's introduced into the system as a result of commissioning operations and similar operations. How is that activity and the venting and flaring required as a result of that removed from the equation that results in the gas capture percentage?
In my opinion, the way it is written, the gas is vented during commissioning is not reported under this category in G2H little I2. Only other volumes of oxygen that have been introduced.
Would you agree with me that there's no language in H2 that differentiates oxygen concentrations based on the activity that caused the oxygen to get into the system?
Yes, according reading it, it does not expand on the required reporting.
Okay, but that's the intent, right? Not to penalize operators as a result of oxygen getting into the system because of those activities.
From commissioning.
Okay. Mr. Bolander, you talked about 27.8D as in David. I think I have it up on the screen.
All right, thank you.
These are authorized venting and flaring events.
Yes.
Why are they authorized, Mr. Bolander?
They are authorized because, in many cases, they are required for safe operation in case of an emergency or malfunction, in case of, certain activities such as liquid unloading or maintenance to, reduce the pressure. And in many cases, the way of doing that is to release the gas either through venting or flaring.
Why is that an excused venting and flaring event?
Because it is as we'll say, normal part of operation.
A normal part of operations, a necessary part of operations?
In many cases, yes. However, many of these can be engineered out.
But the way, the cases that you've listed here in D2, those would be allowed events, right?
Allowed events,
Okay, because they're part of normal operations
correct?
and they're necessary?
Necessary is, you know, I don't think that is, I mean, as simple yes or no. And the reason being is, in many cases, they are necessary, but in some the situations that you have listed here can be engineered out of being a necessary method for venting or flaring.
Can they be sent to a sales line?
They can.
They can.
They can. There are cases where, for example, wells that have loaded up, depending on your line pressure. If you're in a low pressure system, there have been cases where you can unload a well directly into a sales line if it's a low pressure system. Is it as successful as unloading to atmosphere? No, but it can be done. In addition to that.
Did you do that, Mr. Bolander?
Did I do that?
Did your company do that?
Not in every well, no. But in cases where we had higher pressure wells that loaded up due to an issue such as high line pressure or such, and they were able to build right back up, you were able to unload them or bring them back online directly into the cell system without any issues.
But would you agree with me that there is some venting that occurs as a result of liquids unloading, even if you use best management practices?
Yes.
Okay. And that can't be avoided, right, Mr. Bolander?
It can be avoided if you look at the type of well that you have and you explore other methods of artificial lift. In many cases, in gas wells as well as oil, use of gas lift, pumping units, various designs can eliminate venting and flaring to zero.
But with manual liquids unloading, in circumstances where you need to do manual liquids unloading, there is some necessary venting, right, Mr. Bolander?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, it provides a beneficial use, does it not, of pushing the liquids up?
Yes. I mean, it's,
okay.
Your engineer did a very good job the other day of going through the process, and I agree with the process itself.
Now, what about the other categories in here? Why are they authorized to be flared or vented?
In many cases, from an exploration well, need for evaluation. We have the list of categories for normal operations such as gauging of tanks, loading out of liquids. These are all normal operations. One of the recommendations we made from a recommendation that NMOGA submitted was in I guess 4C, that it's necessary for all repair and maintenance. So many of these have purposes for doing so, but there's also methods of reducing the pressure prior to some of these operations, specifically, for example, repair and maintenance. Ways of prior to blowing down, of minimizing your line pressure prior to doing so.
But the actual venting that occurs during those activities is unavoidable, right, Mr. Bolander?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can we agree that these categories, as you look through these, if done with proper management practices, does not constitute surface waste?
In ways that, in most cases, there are the attempt here that is in normal operations these are methods to operate an oil and gas well or facility. However, there are instances of excess emissions that occur in any one of these categories. And the only way to...
What are you looking at, Mr. Bolander?
I'm looking... What?
Right now, what are you looking at?
The screen and my notes.
Oh, okay, okay. My question to you is, can we agree that these activities that we see here in subpart D, that when they're done with proper protocols, that they constitute emissions or flarings that do not constitute waste?
If they can be captured for beneficial use using other methods, then I do think they can be categorized as waste.
Okay.
And, you know, example was the liquid unloading of considering artificial lift technologies.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Bolander. Can we agree that all oil and gas emissions don't constitute waste?
Yes.
Okay. I want to take you to what's been previously identified as slide 83 in NMOGA's Exhibit 4A. Is this a slide you put together, Mr. Bolander?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, this indicates why you determined to delete certain categories. Well, I don't know what happened there. Hold on.
Mr. Feldor, just a word here. Mr. Bolander did not decide to delete categories, OCD did. Thank you.
Mr. Bolander, did you create this slide?
Yes, I did.
Is this your language?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bolander, when you put this slide together, this explains why you deleted certain categories that had formerly been in subpart G2. Is that correct?
Objection. Objection. Mr. Bolander did not delete categories in the rule. This is OCD's rule, not Mr. Bolander's.
Right. Mr. Feldor, there really is a distinction between OCD and its witness.
Mr. Bolander, does this slide identify why the OCD deleted certain categories that had formerly been in G2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you list for me the reasons reflected on here for why the OCD deleted certain categories from G2?
Yes. There were three categories when we looked at the original July draft. We wanted to step back, take a look. One, were there categories that we could combine to reduce the number of reporting categories, which, you know, you can see here, we did that with maintenance and malfunctions. And then in drilling operations and completion operations, for, you know, there, most of that, since there is no separation at either facility, or in most cases with drilling operations, no separation and or pipeline or ability to use for beneficial use, it would not be considered waste. Completion operations, I know you've heard my testimony on initial flowback. You know, braid and head and packer leakage test are two tests that are required to test wellbore integrity. In most cases, the gas released is small. I recognize it as too small to measure, but more in the case of how those tests are performed you're unable to capture those volumes for use in that case.
So they would not be waste,
Correct.
would not be surface waste. Okay, so I got too small to measure. I got would not be surface waste. Is another reason that you've listed on here is that there was no credible method of estimation?
Yes, and that would be in the venting of pneumatics if they were venting in excess of design specifications. There are methodologies to measure, however, they're quite expensive and the equipment to do so are not readily available. As you heard yesterday, you know, some of this equipment, such as inline metering, was used in the UT studies, but that's not something that is readily available to determine for, you know, pneumatics across, you know, a field, let alone a state.
Okay. So you took these categories out because they represented circumstances, Mr. Bolander, where the volume was too small to measure?
Asked and answered.
Is that right, Mr. Bolander?
Objection, asked and answered.
Yeah, that's sustained. We've had a lot of discussion on that.
I'd like to make my record.
I believe the record has been made, Mr. Feldwart. Please
Okay.
move on.
All right. Mr. Bolander, am I correct that the way the division drafted their rule is that they started with the proposition that all emissions constitute venting or flaring?
Could you restate that? Not quite sure I understand what you're trying to, what I'm supposed to answer on.
You're familiar with the division's rule, right, Mr. Bolander?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Does the division's rule start with the proposition that all emissions constitute either a venting or flaring event?
Objection. Question is confusing. The witness has already stated that it's confusing, yet counsel simply repeats the question.
All right, Ms. Feldwart, would you rephrase that, please? I'm not sure I understood where you were going either.
Mr. Bolander, did the division draft this rule based on the premise that all emissions are to be addressed in this rule?
Not all emissions.
What emissions, what type of emissions are not purportedly addressed by this rule?
There are a number of emissions that occur from equipment that is not appropriate for the division to regulate, and those which are regulated under NMED's rules.
What equipment is
that? Emissions that would come from equipment such as engines, compressors, dehydration units, amine plants, you know, fired equipment that, you know, potentially could have excess emissions. And for even outside of reporting only, which the division would like to see the impact of this device outside of reporting, pneumatics are not regulated in terms of gas capture are considered lost gas.
That is, is the other equipment that you mentioned regulated as lost gas?
They are not.
When the division references venting and flaring in this rule, are they talking about all emissions?
Trying to answer this, you know, one, the answer is yes. When emissions occur,
well, that's fine. Let me stop
by
there.
terminology, it's either that gas released is either vented or flared.
Okay. And does that occur no matter how small the volume is?
Yes.
And no matter what the pressure is?
Yes.
And it's considered venting and flaring, whether it's surface waste or not surface waste?
By definition, venting and flaring do not define waste. They define an event.
So in other words, it includes the event, whether it constitutes surface waste or not.
Correct. Venting and flaring defines a event of loss of gas, and how it is classified, whether it is waste or not, is does it have the ability to either be used or sold or captured or engineered to be able to be captured and sold or used.
So when we see the 98% gas capture percentage in this rule, Mr. Bolander, is that 98% gas capture percentage addressed at events causing surface waste? Or is it addressed at all oil and gas emissions?
Objection, confusing question. It's not clear what council means by addressed at.
Do you mean accounted for in the percentage? If you would just rephrase.
Well, just because Mr. Ames is confused by a question, that doesn't mean the witness is.
It'd be good to use the language we've been using.
Mr. Bolander, when you look at you're familiar with the 98% gas capture target in this rule, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is that addressed at events causing surface waste?
Yes.
Does it include, and is it addressed at all oil and gas emissions, whether surface waste or not surface waste?
It is addressed in G2, the events that are reported, and then subsequently it addressed in 27.9B in the accounting section, which exempts in some cases certain sources, but everything else that is captured in G2 that is calculated for gas loss is captured as gas waste.
And would you agree with me that the events that are included in this gas capture percentage include emissions that do not constitute surface waste?
I do not.
Okay, that's not the intent, is it?
Repeat the question. I may not have answered it correctly, if you don't mind. If you can repeat, please.
Is the intent of the 98% gas capture rate to include in its calculation events that do not constitute surface waste?
The calculation of the 98% the gas lost that is determined from reporting and accounting is gas waste, natural gas waste.
The 2% is all natural gas waste?
Yes.
Okay.
It's based on the gas produced. That's key. As mentioned, there are certain venting, in most cases, going to be venting events because, you know, the volumes in many cases are unable to be flared. But in the cases where they are, for example, emergency, which is exempted, exempt categories are not counted as waste. There are categories that aren't listed in here because if we were to take from the well being spud all the way through the life of the well and every process and component and list that, it would be exhaustive. And the same with what's being reported. We counted in the reporting section in 27.8 G2 what the division considers is waste, except for the 3 or 4 categories that are outlined in the accounting section in 27.9.
So the way this is structured, the division has considered everything in G2 to be surface waste.
Except for the exceptions.
Except for the exceptions, okay. I've heard council and others describe that 2% as free waste. Is that accurate, Mr. Bolander?
In my opinion, no. If you've got the ability to capture that 2%, I would hope that you would work towards capturing it. However, the goals are set to achieve at least 98%. There's nothing out there, including some of the data we saw yesterday, that shows operators exceeding the 98% already.
Now, you would agree to me that that data that was shown addressed what people would normally call high pressure routine venting and flaring events, right, Mr. Bolander?
I can tell you what that data came from is from the C-115 reports. And in doing your accounting, the venting and flared events, I would look across all of my operations and determine internally what you consider waste and not waste and report it, as opposed to associated gas only.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the accounting for the gas capture and what's counted against operators includes releases that are necessary and unavoidable?
Yes.
And that it includes events that provide a beneficial use.
Beneficial use is not counted.
Okay. Shouldn't be counted, right?
It's not counted.
Okay. Now, the releases that are counted against operators at this point, based on the accounting in G2, includes releases during routine downhole maintenance, including the operation of workover rigs, swabbing rigs, coiled tubing units, and similar specialty equipment. Is it not, Mr. Bolander?
Correct.
Okay. And those are events, Mr. Bolander, here in subpart D2D, that the division recognizes as authorized venting and flaring events.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And aren't the releases that occur during these activities do they constitute surface waste? Is that your position?
Yes, they can, because they can be done engineered out. They can be done using best management practices that basically get the volumes down to a very low volume that would have minimal impact on your gas capture.
But the way the language is written, even if you got to that point, it would still be counted against you as the operator.
Yes, it would.
Okay. When you say it can be controlled, I think that's the language you use in your document, right, Mr. Bolander?
Yes.
Okay. What do you mean by controlled?
For, in this case here?
For yeah, venting of natural gas or downhole well maintenance, use workover rigs, swabbing rigs, coiled tubing units, similar specialty equipment, and minimizes the venting of natural gas to the extent it does not pose a risk to safe operations and personnel safety, and is consistent with best management practices.
Right.
Okay. In that circumstance, what do you mean by it can be controlled?
It can be, what I meant is that it can be minimized to the best possible extent if utilizing best management practices during those events, to the point that there will be emissions, but their volumes will be such that even if they are added and calculated in G2, their effect on your 98% will be minimal.
And what do you base that on? When you say minimal, what are you talking about?
In terms of
volume, give me a volume. What's minimal, Mr. Bolander?
I don't have a volume to tell you.
What percentage?
Don't have a percentage.
Okay.
Now,
when it comes to another category that's in G2 that is counted against the operator, even if they use best management practices, is releases during manual liquids unloading. Isn't that correct, Mr. Bolander?
Correct.
And even though you recognize that it provides a beneficial use, such as lifting those liquids up,
I would not classify manual liquid unloading as beneficial use.
you already did. You already testified to that, Mr. Bolander.
Objection, no question.
Can you, Mr. Bolander, if it operates...
Madam Hearing Officer, can we have a ruling on the objection, please?
Yes, Mr. Felder, would you pose a question to Mr. Bolander?
I'll withdraw the question. The record speaks for itself. Mr.
Madam
Bolander...
Hearing Officer, it wasn't a question. That's the problem.
No, I know. He's withdrawing it. Go ahead, Mr. Felder.
Did you hear that, Eric? I withdrew it. Mr. Bolander, can you explain to me if someone is using best management practices in manual liquids unloading, and it provides a beneficial use in lifting those liquids, how is the venting avoidable in your terms? And avoidable is your term.
All right. It is avoidable by looking at alternative methods to remove liquids from your wellbore outside of use of manual unloading.
Would you agree with me that there are times when alternative methods are not available?
Yes.
And in fact, your company did manual liquids unloading, correct, Mr. Bolander?
Yes.
Okay. Another category that's counted against operators that in the gas capture calculation is releases from storage tanks. Is that correct, Mr. Bolander?
Uncontrolled storage tanks.
Uncontrolled storage tanks, counted against operators.
Correct.
Okay. Now you've heard the testimony that uncontrolled storage tanks are at the end of the line after all of the saleable gas has been removed.
Not necessarily.
But there are uncontrolled storage tanks that exist, which are at the end of the line, Mr. Bolander, where all the saleable gas has been removed. Isn't that correct?
There are tanks in which the venting is at a volume that is too low to be sellable or captured in a control device, but not all tanks.
Okay. And in those circumstances, even in those circumstances, it's counted against the operator when it comes to the gas capture calculation.
It is counted against them, but if you look at the models that are used for wells at that volume, the volume that would be released through the Inardo valves, which are the vent valves in most cases, will be, for many operators, I would expect that number to be almost zero. But for several operators in which they have uncontrolled tanks, in which they have not done either proper design of separation or attempts to capture, those volumes will be excessive. And this is a rule that is designed for everyone.
When you say excessive, Mr. Bolander, what do you mean? What's the volume that's excessive?
Objection. Can the witness finish his statement? I mean, the purpose of this entire proceeding is to provide information to the commission to make a decision. It's not a trial. And so allowing the witness to finish his statement is helpful to the commission.
Yeah, Mr. Feldward, I think Mr. Bolander was about to finish a sentence there, and I think he really is trying to answer your question as best he can. So if you would let him finish. Go ahead, Mr. Bolander.
Okay. I understand the science, the engineering behind it. But for tanks, we're dealing with 3 emission types. Breathing losses, which is just normal losses of the tank. Working losses, which occur when fluid is dumped in that tank and it takes space. There's typically loss because the vent valves are set at a small pressure, normally in ounces, and there are flashing losses. And the flashing losses are the losses that can be excessive, can be captured, and can be put towards disposition or sales.
At what pressure, Mr. Bolander?
Normally, the vapor recovery units are to incorporate a compressor that is able to have a low enough suction pressure to capture the gas And then the discharge pressure is high enough to be able to get into a cell system.
Okay. So you have to have uncontrolled tank that has a sufficient volume to have a compressor, right?
Correct.
And enough pressure to operate the compressor and get it into a system.
Well, the compressor does that. You have to have enough volume, and they're designed to operate, close to vacuum, so they're pulling, gas from the tanks. And then their discharge pressure is such to be able to either get into a low pressure cell system or into another system to compress upwards in high pressure situations.
Okay. Now, the reporting category in G2 mentions nothing about any of that stuff, does it?
Correct.
It just says uncontrolled storage tanks.
Yes.
Okay. And no matter what the circumstance is with that uncontrolled storage tank, it is counted against the operator as part of the gas capture percentage.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Can I make a comment if you don't mind?
No, not at this point. You can make a comment later, but I want to get to my questions, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bolander, would you agree that the accounting on this gas capture percentage should also include categories that will provide accurate data to establish meaningful baselines?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that the categories in G2 that are utilized to establish this gas capture percentage should include categories that can provide consistent data?
Yes.
On a monthly volume basis?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the categories in G2 should contain circumstances where not only can the data be consistent on a monthly basis, but reliable and accurate on a monthly basis?
Should be reliable and accurate. Consistent assumes that that event occurs on a regular basis. For example, manual unloading may be infrequent, but it does occur, and it may not occur on a monthly basis, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't occur and can't be measured through calculations.
You agree with me, though, those calculations have to be sufficient to provide reliable, accurate data on the volume of the emissions?
I believe I testified earlier today where industry associations such as API and ANGA and companies through the EPA Natural Gas STAR program have utilized these equations.
We're going to get to that in a minute. My question is.
Objection. Let the witness finish his answer.
He's not answering my question.
You can ask it when he's finished answering your previous one.
Yeah, let him finish his statement. Go ahead, Mr. Bolander.
I can end it pretty quickly with when these companies reported the information using those equations, they utilized that information either in economics or in other manners, and nowhere in the documentation did they question the accuracy of the engineering calculations that were being used.
But you agree with me that for purposes of this rule and the gas capture percentage that operators are required to calculate, that you must have a circumstance, and I'm looking at your slide 49, Mr. Bolander, are you with me?
Yes.
You have to have a circumstance where you can obtain reliable, accurate data on the volume of produced natural gas that is being vented or flared. You agree with that, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in fact, you have eliminated categories, as we saw on slide 83, where this test could not be met.
Correct.
And would you agree with me that if the commission does not carefully analyze the categories and determine whether this test can be met, that the gas capture percentage would be based on unreliable data?
With the way the reporting section is written, operators are required to report how the volume was determined. Was it physically measured through a meter or was it estimated? And provide the methodology in doing so, which then should provide the division with the information required to determine if the data is reliable and accurate, and if then they have concerns, they have the ability to ask for third-party verification.
My question is different, Mr. Bolander. When the commission looks at the categories in G2, don't you agree with me that they need to make sure that those categories meet this test on slide 49, that they provide reliable, accurate, that operators can provide for those categories, reliable, accurate data on the volume of produced natural gas that is being vented or flared?
Yes.
Objection, mischaracterized the slide. It's referred to as an objective, not a test.
He's already answered, Mr. Ames.
Because, Mr. Bolander, we don't want to have a gas capture percentage imposed on operators in New Mexico that is based on unreliable data now, do we?
We want a gas capture percentage that actually reports gas that should be captured and thus determined from a gas loss calculation to be able to reduce that.
And that needs to be based on reliable data, right, Mr. Bolander?
Yes.
Okay. Now these events where there's some question about whether they can be accurately measured or reasonably estimated, would you agree with me that releases from storage tanks, for example, are regulated by the New Mexico Environment Department, are they not?
Yes, but not every tank in the state.
And doesn't the NMED have proposed regulations that seek to regulate the emissions from these types of sources?
Yes, but for not every tank in the state.
What tanks is the NMED not going to be regulating?
Tanks that are outside of the counties in which the regulations will be based on.
So that would be based on the emissions standards.
Correct.
Okay. Is Mr. Powell available?
Yes,
I
sir.
can see it.
Hold on 1 second. Oh, Mr. Powell, I want to ask you about the other category, okay? I think you're the right person for that.
That is correct.
All right. Let's see. I thought I had, give me a minute, I'm looking for your PowerPoint slide.
I can pull it up if you'd like.
That'd be great, thanks.
Can I get sharing access, please?
Yes. That means I gotta stop sharing. Okay, thanks.
You should have sharing potential now, Mr. Brent or Mr. Powell.
I'm getting it set up. Thank you. Is that the one you were looking for?
Yes, thank you. Well, I think you comment about this on page 9 of exhibit 4C as well, Mr. Powell, is that right?
Would you like me to pull up the PowerPoint or the
No,
exhibit?
you can go ahead. You can go ahead and leave this up. I just wanted to orient you to the part of.
Okay, it's hard for me to look. My notes are on the computer, so it's hard for me to look at both at the same time.
Oh, you don't need notes. You know this by heart, don't you?
I will try.
All right, so I'm on OCD slide 4C, and I'm on page 9, line 87, and I'm sorry, line 85. And you say the OCD recognizes that it would not be appropriate to require operators to report volumes that the OCD has determined are not waste. You agree with that?
In this context, yes.
In the context of your slide?
Of the slide.
Don't take your slide down. It was one
Here, let me.
slide.
Well, you were referring to the spreadsheet. I was trying to look at it as well. Sorry.
Okay. Well, you take a minute and look at it. That's fine. I'm sorry.
Now I pressed the wrong button, I think. All right, we'll go back to the slide. Okay, we're back at the slide.
Okay.
Can you please repeat your question?
Well, let's see. You stated that the OCD recognizes that it would not be appropriate to require operators to report volumes that OCD has determined are not waste. Okay.
That is correct for this purpose.
Okay. All right. And when you say not waste, you mean you shouldn't have to report if it doesn't constitute surface waste.
That is the waste I'm referring to, and I think that the slide refers to as well.
Okay. How do you determine whether or not a particular emission constitutes surface waste?
I would say that it would be up to the operator to determine that first, to ensure one, it's necessary, and two, it's not excessive. And then once they determine that, then they would report it. However, if the operator fails to determine it and the OCD determines that it's either not necessary or not excessive, then the OCD may request certain waste to be reported as well.
Okay, so you would use essentially the statutory criteria.
I didn't refer to the statute. I referred to the definition in 1915-2.
Oh, I see. Is that the same as the statutory? Is that the one that says surface waste is the unnecessary or excessive surface loss or destruction without beneficial use?
Yeah, I think there's excessive in there. It's quite a bit longer than that. I don't have that available at the moment.
Okay, all right. I want to ask you about, you make a statement on the same page 9 of your exhibit, so I don't think you need to slide anymore. If you want to go to your notes, Mr. Powell, that's fine.
Okay, which line item are we on?
So now I'm talking about, this is your favorite subject, overriding royalty interest owner reporting, okay?
Okay.
So I'm on page 9, line 87.
Okay.
Now, I believe, if I'm understanding it, Mr. Powell, the division agrees that reporting to overriding royalty interest owners has its difficulties, right?
Yes, after testimony. And I'd like to give a little context in my comments in this slide. All of these slides are a culmination of all of our efforts. I'm trying to address them to the best of my capabilities, so we could limit witnesses. But yes, I believe it was pretty extensive in the testimony that the overriding royalty interest owners were hard to notify.
Okay, and so you base the exclusion here on that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that that same testimony applied to royalty interest owners except the state land office?
I believe there was discussions about working interest owners as well.
Okay. But that same testimony that you relied upon to remove overrides was offered equally for overriding, royalty interest owners except the state land office.
The testimony I remember, I believe Mr. Smitherman was discussing with Madam Chair that working interest owners would also have a say as well, or could also have a say as well.
Okay. And you're aware of the fact that an operator, just like it may not have a contractual relationship with an overriding royalty interest owner, may likewise not have a contractual relationship with a royalty interest owner.
I don't know that. I'm not a royalty interest owner expert.
Okay. May I have a couple minutes to confer with my co-counsel, Ms. Orth?
Yes, yes. You want 10 minutes?
We can take that long. I don't need that long, whatever you
Oh.
think is appropriate.
All right, 5 minutes is fine.
Thank you.
Let's come back from the break, please. Irene, you okay?
You're good.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Feldor, do you have additional questions for Mr. Powell or Mr. Bolander?
I do have one for Mr. Powell, and then Mr. Rankin has been looking at the studies that Mr. Bolander just cited today, so he will ask him a few questions about that, okay?
All right. Please go ahead.
Sure. Mr. Powell?
Yes, sir.
You know, I've heard your council, and I think others call this 2% free waste. Have you heard that?
I have not heard that except from you.
Oh, you haven't? Okay, I thought I've heard that from your council.
I must have missed it then.
And I can only speak through you, I mean, because you presented this on behalf of the division. You were involved in putting together this 98% gas capture and this remaining 2% provision, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you think the division has jurisdiction to cap emissions that are cap surface waste emissions at 2%?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Is that what the division thinks?
Right, but it's still a legal question, Mr. Feldor.
Based on your understanding, Mr. Powell, in putting this rule together, did the division decide to cap surface waste emissions at 2%?
So that's an in-depth topic. I would say that the division picked 98% because they felt it was feasible. They felt that the 2% allotment would allow continued operations as long as they weren't excessive. And they would allow operators to continue working, but doing so prudently. I think there was a lot of comment around waste, surface waste, specific different activities. And I would say that the 2% allows those activities as long as they aren't excessive. Because I think if we were to eliminate everything that was essentially necessary, then would it really be necessary to allow that 2%, or should it be 100% capture, except for the things that aren't necessary and unwasteful? So I think that 2% does allow the normal operations as long as they aren't excessive, without them getting excessive.
But if we include emissions in that 2% that are necessary, then it's creating a cap on what is necessary, right, Mr. Powell?
I wouldn't say we're creating a cap on what's necessary. We're ensuring that what's necessary doesn't become excessive.
And by excessive, you mean more than 2% of a particular volume?
That's correct. More than 2% of a volume. A good example of that is, I think, addressed by some of the, say, liquids unloading, and Mr. Bolander's a bigger expert than I am on that. But say an operator is out there doing liquids unloading, if they don't shut in valves once that liquid is unloaded, continued venting of that liquids unloading would be excessive, even though it's part of normal operations.
But if, for example, Mr. Powell, if there's an operator here in the state who is reporting on all of the categories that the division has lumped into G2, okay, and has reached the, and has reached the 98% threshold. Okay. At that point, any venting from liquids unloading that would normally not be surface waste would put that operator out of compliance, right, Mr. Powell?
So I think the question you're saying on the specific liquids unloading, yes, but my question would be, is there other waste in the other 2% that they're causing them to already be at that 98%? So you would have to look at it holistically over all their venting and flaring. And if all of it was necessary and all of it was not excessive, then I would say that that operator probably needs to go to hearing and show each and every item that they're doing, because I don't see that as being the normal situation.
But the division, the way this is crafted, has included in the calculations of that 98% emissions that are not waste. Right, Mr. Powell?
I think the intent was they're not waste as long as they're not excessive. And that's why we're allowing the 2%, is to ensure that they don't become excessive.
And in addition, the way this is drafted, at least from our point of view, this determination of 98%, at least based on the existing categories, would include data that is currently drafted and based on a lot of the testimony would not be reliable for volumetric accounting purposes.
Objection. The question is based on, as counsel said, on his client's point of view. It's not a question, it calls for speculation by the witness as to whether he understands that to be Namoga's point of view.
I'm sorry, Mr. Baldwin, would you re-ask your question, please?
Well, we can let, I'll withdraw the question and let the evidence speak on whether it's reliable data or not that should be utilized for this type of volumetric monthly accounting.
Objection, editorializing.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ames. That one is sustained. Mr. Feldwart, please go ahead.
Sure. My colleague, Mr. Rankin, now has a few questions about these studies that Mr. Bolander referred to for the first time today.
All right.
So are you referring to Mr. Bolander now?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. I see.
Thanks, Mr. Powell.
Bolander and.
Yes, I'm back on.
Thank you. And let's get Mr. Rankin on screen. There you are.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Mr. Bolander.
Good afternoon.
Let's see, Mr. Rose-Cross, may I have sharing capabilities?
Yes, one moment, Mr. Rankin.
Thank you. Mr. Bolander, while Mr. Rose-Cross manipulates the system, what I'm going to be asking you about is your comments, the rebuttal testimony relating to line item number 79 in OCD Exhibit 4C revised. But I'm just going to bring that up just as a point of reference so we can have a jumping off point. If I can actually correctly use my mouse, that'd be helpful. Be able to see my screen, Mr. Bolander?
Yes.
Okay, I've highlighted here a couple of the points in line 79. And the issue here was 3 categories of reporting categories that Namoga had proposed to delete from the rule. And you had testified on the basis for OCD's rejection of the deletion of those categories, correct?
Yes, yes. Making sure I understood the question correctly.
Sure, I understand. I know it's been a long couple of weeks, and keeping brain focused is always a challenge at this point in the game. But that's where I just getting you oriented to the question. So, and those 3 categories that were proposed for deletion were, I'm just going to summarize: routine downhole maintenance, manual liquid unloading, and then uncontrolled storage tanks. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified today about two of those categories, manual liquid unloading and uncontrolled storage tanks, correct?
Correct.
And what you testified about was the ability or the validity of certain, that there's a valid estimation methods to quantify those volumes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I just to get us oriented here, what I think I heard you say was that there are engineering calculations in subpart W that OCD deems as being valid estimation methods for that purpose, correct?
In subpart W, yes.
Okay. And that applies to both the manual liquid unloading process and the uncontrolled storage tanks, correct?
And where my testimony was on storage tanks was highlighting certain software such as ProMax and ENP tanks.
Okay.
As known within the industry for designing equipment as well as for regulatory permitting.
Okay. And so as for storage tanks, you were not relying on subpart W then for storage tanks?
For storage tanks, the research that I did was specific to modeling technologies that are available to be able to use to measure flash calculations or flashing or emissions from tanks.
Okay.
That was my specific testimony and background as well.
Okay, so I'll take each of those in turn, but I'm going to focus for purposes of my questions on those two categories: the manual liquid unloading first, and then the uncontrolled storage tanks. Okay.
Correct.
Now, let's see. Where's my? All right, so for the manual liquids unloading, the basis for your statement that there are valid estimation calculations available was referring to, in particular, subpart W as a valid method, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now I just, and you heard testimony earlier, I believe, Mr. Bolander, were you present for testimony earlier in which various witnesses testified about the variability in subpart W?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to pull up, you referenced Exhibit 46, OCD Exhibit 46, that specifically addresses estimation methods for liquids unloading, correct?
Correct.
Are you able to see my screen here where I've got a portion of that exhibit on the screen?
Yes.
I can scroll up. Do you recognize this from that exhibit?
Yes. That's one of the methodologies listed in that, along with the utilizing the engineering calculations as well as certain direct measurement techniques as well.
Okay. So in this particular case, this emissions factor is one of the methods identified in that exhibit as a valid means of estimating volumes from manual liquids unloading, correct?
Emission factors can. I spoke specifically to the equations, however.
Okay. So on this point, then, for these emissions factors, it references in the footnote a particular study that I think you also referenced, which was the API ANGA study, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm gonna pull that up, and what I'm gonna just ask you about. So going to the variability and the wide confidence ranges here between what is available under subpart W, which is a valid estimation means in your testimony, and other means that you've also identified as being valid. In this particular study, these are the findings. Do you recognize these findings from the API and GA study?
Yes, our company was actually a part of the study.
So in summary, what were the two key findings from the APA and GA study?
One, use of the emission factors could be off, and the intent of the study was to collect from operators, and Southwestern was one of them, actual well data from liquid unloading events, both manual and plunger lift, and compare the results. And ultimately, we saw that using real data, compared to the EPA national estimates, using real data was much lower than the EPA national measurements. And so the intent was utilizing real well data and using the engineering calculations to show that, hey, the national estimates are off, but it showed that use was accurate.
So in terms of being able to identify a accurate and reliable methodology to estimate volumes related to manual liquids unloading, EPA subpart W on the one hand is one method. This emissions factor calculation method is another. But the difference between the two here in this one instance is a factor of 14. Is that right?
Yes.
Talking about tanks, uncontrolled storage tanks, which is the second category of emissions that I'd like to just talk about. Now, my understanding is, and your clarification to me, was that your testimony was specifically directed to certain types of software programs that were used to estimate those emissions, correct?
Correct, and design as well.
And design as well. And those, which were those software programs again? So I have them in my head.
ProMax, which was developed, I think, Bryan Engineering, which is a Texas engineering firm.
Okay. And you also referenced OCD Exhibit 46, which pertains specifically to emissions estimations from uncontrolled tanks. Is that right?
Yes.
And in Exhibit 46, I'll pull that up here on my screen. Let me know when you can see it. Is that 46? Yeah. Sorry,
46.
I'm sorry, I meant to say 45.
Oh.
45. You also referenced Exhibit 45 when you were talking about estimating emissions volumes from uncontrolled storage tanks, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And do you recognize the page here I've got up here on the screen reflecting estimation methods contained in that exhibit?
Yes. Yeah. I'm familiar with those.
Yeah. Now, in your testimony, I understood you to say that flashing losses can be excessive, and one of the concerns around these emissions from or volumes from tanks is the flashing losses, correct?
Correct.
And some of the software that is identified in this estimation method are identified here: AspenTech, HISYS, or EMP tanks, and others, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, the estimation methods identified, this paper specifies that quote, software cannot characterize separator or scrubber dump valve leakage, which can far exceed flashing losses. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So it appears to present a problem where the software is unable to exclude or correctly characterize certain types of leakage, which can overwhelm the flashing loss issue, correct?
It can. It's not designed to evaluate a tank based on a malfunction. It's designed to look at the full well stream of hydrocarbon, go through the phase separation, and determine what volume of gas would be flash in the tank based on how that gas was separated and sent to the tank. As far as looking at the note, that would be an indication that you have a malfunction. not an uncontrolled tank due to poor design. I would, that last comment, I would, characterize that as being reported under the malfunction category of OCD's regulation.
Now, on the topic of the software that's identified here, I've highlighted a portion of the language that indicates that, and I guess when they refer to partners, do they mean, what do they mean when they refer to partners?
Partners were the oil and gas companies that were the participating partners in the coalition.
Okay, so in this case, with the intent here would be to suggest that operators who intend to use this would then calculate flashing, working, and standing emissions. And those are the three types of emissions that you referenced during your testimony, I think, right? Breathing, working, and flashing losses, are those the equivalent here?
Yes.
Okay. Using the software identified in the highlight that I've highlighted in the language.
Correct.
And it states here that these emissions, these programs that they're referencing here are equation of state programs. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that equations of state can provide working emissions?
Yes.
Okay. And that equations of state will also provide standing emissions? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
As well as flashing.
So all three of those programs will provide those calculations or estimations for each of those types of categories of emissions.
Correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Borlander, were you present for NMOGA's witness testimonies regarding different methodologies and factors that operators often employ to address and manage their facilities and emissions from their facilities, such as employing gas blankets?
I'm familiar with that. Was that Mr. Leonard? I don't remember.
I believe it may have been Mr. Greaves. Do you recall that?
Unfortunately, I did miss Mr. Greaves' testimony.
Okay. But do these estimation methods include any of those potential operation methods and other operational techniques that operators may employ to manage their emissions and vapors from their tanks and systems?
It would use these software to determine what would be the best method of mitigating excess flashing that's occurring. It could either be during the separation phase and or in the tank, and how do you handle that?
But do they, how would it do that? Just so I'm not sure I quite followed that answer.
Typically, you start with a recombined sample of the oil and gas or gas and condensate, and not listening to, unfortunately, missing Mr. Greaves, the change of state process of going through phase behavior. Each reservoir fluid has a phase envelope, and what this software does is, as you go through pressure and temperature changes, gas liberates from the fluid at different percentages at different stages, and the software is designed to determine what would be the most efficient process And for example, in separation, is it just as good to operate one separator, or does it require two separators to stabilize your hydrocarbon through the process to one? Through that stabilization process, it actually improves your oil production, but in the other sense, it reduces the volume of gas that is flashed than if you didn't go through that extra stage of separation. It could also be, in addition to separation, it could also be a temperature effect, such as installing aerial coolers to perform the same function as a pressure drop. And through that process, you understand what volume of gas would be flashed off the tanks. And then that volume of gas that would be flashed off the tanks, if it's sufficient, that's where you design your vapor recovery, which we saw, a schematic that Mr. Leonard presented that showed, a lot of the tanks or facilities that he had mentioned, they're designing controlled facilities where they install vapor recovery off the tanks because they physically have gone through the modeling or calculations of that to determine, what type of separation they need and can you capture through vapor recovery.
So, Mr. Bolino, I think I may have lost you because I was asking about gas blankets and how these software programs, if they do in fact account for and allow operators to account for their operations, including the use of gas blankets to manage their emissions from such tanks.
That's, like I said, that's one methodology. A gas blanket will, maintain a pressure on the tank to minimize the flashing aspect of it.
But I guess my question is, do these software programs allow the operators to incorporate those operations in their estimations through the software?
Where, engineers that have worked for me have used it in the design of separation and the design of vapor recovery.
I guess that's not answering my question. I'm just trying to find out whether or not if an operator is using a gas blanket, they can also use this software to accurately estimate the emissions that they have in their system.
Yes, you can estimate, what would be emitted in normal operations, without, any type of control, such as what gets emitted, say, through a vent or an Ardo valve.
And including the effect of operations of their gas blankets.
Should be able to.
Okay. And is that, do these programs also account for, these estimation methods also account for, as Mr. Greaves testified about, the importance of identifying the location of where the pipe enters the tank, whether it's from above or below? Do these software programs and estimation methods account for such factors as the location of the pipe?
I do not have that intimate knowledge. However, engineers that I've worked with who have, were able to design our equipment effectively using this type of software.
That's the design. I guess I'm wondering about being able to estimate your emissions. To your knowledge, you're not aware of whether or not these programs account for the location of pipes in order to accurately estimate the emissions.
I'm not sure where they assume pipe location is, but if you're designing a vapor recovery unit, then obviously you're basing it on the emissions from the tank.
Okay. And you weren't here to hear Mr. Graves testify about the importance of the location of the pipe to understand how that would impact emissions, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And then finally, it sounds, as far as insulation, there's some discussion about the importance of the impacts of insulating pipes on the system and estimating emissions volumes. To your knowledge, do these software programs or estimation methods allow operators to incorporate the effects of insulation on piping in calculating or estimating their emissions from uncontrolled storage tanks?
I do not have that knowledge.
Very good. And you also, if you weren't here for Mr. Graves, then you didn't hear him testify about the importance of the dramatic swings in thermal variation in temperature, which I'm sure you're familiar with, that occurs down in the Permian. Is it, to your knowledge, are these programs able to incorporate and take into account dramatic diurnal shifts in thermal temperature gradients in their estimation of these emissions volumes?
And their calculation of standing emissions, which would be breathing losses, that would be the determination based on those effects. What the limits on the software is in terms of temperature swings, I do not have that knowledge, but it does account for the calculation of breathing losses.
Very good. Madam Hearing Officer, I have no further questions at this time for Mr. Bowen. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rankin. Mr. Birnoff, do you have questions of the division panel?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I do not.
All right, thank you. Ms. Fox, will you have questions of the division panel? And if the answer is yes, I'll ask you to estimate so that I know whether we need a break or not.
We do, both Mr. Bach and I do, and I have about 5 to 10 minutes worth of questions. And Mr. Bach has perhaps, what do you say, David?
I'm hopeful we can go through it quickly. I would say, to be conservative, 15 minutes, but probably closer to 10.
Okay, well, if you'd like to go ahead, and
why don't we ask the witnesses?
All right.
Madam, yeah, thank you, David. Madam Hearing Officer, they've been going now for almost an hour and a half, if not a bit more. I think a short break for them would be appropriate.
All righty. No, I'm fine with that. Let's take 10 minutes.
Thank you.
2:45. Okay.
I'm sorry, what time?
Oh, 2:35.
2:35. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry. Boy, let's come back from the break, please.
Let's see, Mr. Rose Cost, may I have sharing ability?
Yes, of course, Ms. Fox. One moment.
Thank you. Thanks.
Let's get the witnesses back on the screen. Irene, how are we doing?
We're doing.
All righty.
If Mr. Powell could appear, please.
Mr. Powell and Mr. Ames.
I am here.
Hey, terrific. We are back on the record after a short break. It's time now for climate advocates to pose their questions to the division panel on rebuttal. Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Mr. Powell.
Good afternoon.
I want to ask you about item 106 in the spreadsheet having to do with Part 27 that OCD submitted last evening that I have on the screen.
Okay.
Okay, so item 106 addresses OCD's reaction to our proposal that there be automatic denial of APDs if an operator is out of compliance with its gas capture requirement. Correct?
That is correct.
And part of OCD's rationale for not accepting that proposal is that operators who are out of compliance with the annual gas capture plan must submit more robust gas management plans, correct?
That is correct.
And OCD states that operators cannot spud any well until they are in compliance. See that language?
That is correct.
And do you mean they're not in compliance with their annual gas capture requirement?
I believe this one relates to the provision that we added. And if you'll give me just a moment, let me try to find it. Where if they're out of compliance, they have to submit a more robust plan. And then if they fail to comply with it, then we can suspend their APDs. I believe that is in 1915-27.9 A4.
But doesn't that provision say that even if an operator is out of compliance with its gas capture requirements, it can submit a plan to come into compliance that year, and OCD, if it approves that plan, will allow it to spud during that year? Isn't that how it works?
That would be, I believe so, that they would submit the plan, and as long as they were conforming with that plan, they would still be allowed to spud. But if they fell out of compliance with that plan and weren't in compliance with that plan, that's where they wouldn't be able to spud.
Well, I think the way it reads is they cannot spud if they're out of compliance with their annual gas capture requirement, except if they submit a plan to the division and the division approves that plan. Isn't that how it reads?
Let me look at it a little closer.
I guess what I'm most concerned about, Mr. Powell, is the implication here that an operator who is out of compliance with their annual gas capture plan cannot spud. And I do not think that's accurate. I think that's what Mr. DeSalen was proposing, but it's not what OCD is accepting.
Objection. Objection. That's a statement, not a question.
What's a question?
The question I thought
I'm
was,
asking.
he agree with that statement.
I would say that the provision is not in there for an automatic denial of the SPUD. The provision is through an enforcement mechanism with the compliance plan. So I would say you're correct that it's not an automatic provision until they go through the compliance plan that the SPUD be denied until they're in compliance.
Right, and so an operator that is out of compliance with their annual gas capture requirement can, under certain circumstances, SPUD a well, even if they are out of compliance with their annual gas capture requirement.
I would say yes, that's correct in general sense.
Or in the sense how OCD has written its regulations. Would you agree?
Well, I think there are certain provisions if they fail to meet in 4 that it then becomes a denial that they wouldn't be able to SPUD. But I see, until they're into that provision in 4, that automatic denial for SPUD would not be there.
Correct. Thank you. And then, let's see, the next provision, the next item 102 is identified as Mr. Bolander, although I think either one of you can answer this next line of questioning about applying for an APD.
If it's regarding to the APD, I think I was identified down below, so I could try to answer.
Yeah, I'm guessing you're the better person. So let's stay with you since you're on camera, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. So looking at Climate Advocate's proposal on the circumstances under which an APD can be approved. Let me see if I understand this, Mr. Powell. If an operator applies for an APD, the operator has to, and I'm looking here at, this is 27.9D4. And if an operator is applying for an APD, the operator has to either certify that it'll be able to connect the well to a natural gas gathering system in the general area with sufficient capacity to transport 100% of the volume of the natural gas the operator anticipates. And if it can't do that, then the operator must submit a venting and flaring plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So there's 2 options. There's the certification for takeaway capacity. If they can't do that, they must submit a venting and flaring plan. And the venting and flaring plan has to do with uses of the gas on site, correct?
That is correct.
And so what your proposed rule requires is that the operators submit a venting and flaring plan that evaluates from a number of options, correct?
I think there's
for use.
Yeah, I think there's 2 main options and then some sub options under one of those main options.
I have the screen in front of me, so I'm seeing about 9 options and then an alternative use option.
Right. So maybe I misunderstood. I thought you were talking any option. So the 2 big options, it would be 100% takeaway, or the second option would be another beneficial use. And under the beneficial use, there is some sub options. Yes, correct.
And so what the operator does is they submit a plan that evaluates potential uses, correct?
That is correct.
They don't select a potential use, they evaluate a potential use, correct?
I think they have to evaluate and then do one of those potentials or shut in the well as we proposed.
So their plan has to evaluate and select a use?
Yeah, so in that D5, there's the word shall in there. So the operator shall either shut in the well until the operator submits a certification or submit a venting and flaring plan. So that shall there dictates that either it has to be shut in, they have to certify the 100% takeaway, or they have to use one of the venting or flaring plans down below.
A through J in 5.
A through J, correct.
So the operator does need to select from among those 10 or so options.
Yes, the A through I, shutting it in or having certification.
And we had proposed language that was express stating that the operator needed to select among those alternatives. And it sounds to me that substantively you agree that the operator must evaluate and select from among one of those alternatives. Is that correct?
I would say substantively they have to use one of those alternatives if they can't take it away or shut it in.
They have to select one of those alternatives, I believe what you told me. Is that correct?
I don't know if they have to select it, but they would have to use one of those alternatives, which means they would have to likely let us know which one they're using.
Or in other words, select one of those alternatives.
Correct.
And then when we go down to subsection, what is your subsection 7 and is our new subsection 8? The division requires that the operator if the operator does not make a certification or fails to submit an adequate venting and flaring plan, or if the division determines the operator doesn't have adequate takeaway capacity at the time a well will be spud, you all propose the division may deny the APD or approve the APD or conditionally approve the APD. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you remember the testimony under cross-examination from Mr. Lepore when I was asking him what is meant by an adequate venting and flaring plan?
Vaguely.
Do you remember specifically that I asked whether an adequate, if a venting and flaring plan would be adequate if it, just let me finish here, if it allowed 50% of the gas to be vented or flared?
I do remember. Yes, I do.
Okay, great. And he responded, yes. Do you remember that?
I do remember that response, even though I may not agree with it.
And that's exactly what I was going to ask you. Do you agree with that a venting and flaring plan under this provision could allow for 10, let's say, well, let's start with 50% of gas emitted to be let go?
So what I would say in the venting and flaring plan is, and I think that's where Mr. Lepore may not have the in-depth knowledge with all the other rules the division has, is that attaching this as part of the APD package, it's part of the information submitted with an APD. So in that submittal with the APD, it also falls under the rules of the APD that they have to fill it out completely. And then it also falls under the rules that we have for general enforceability of permits, that they have to comply with all the permits. I would say if they submitted one that says they were only taking away 50% of the capacity, going back up to the provisions 4 and 5 that we just discussed, where it says that they shall do one of the following, it's either takeaway capacity, shut in, or a beneficial use. I would say that that would not provide a 50% takeaway capacity because it doesn't meet any of those criteria. So it would not be approvable. So therefore the APD, in my opinion, would not be approvable at that point because the approval isn't specific to the venting and flaring plan itself. The approval is specific to the APD package.
What percent of produced gas has to be captured or rather used for beneficial use under a venting and flaring plan?
So for the beneficial use, we don't have that specifically identified for each one of those levels. I don't know that I have an idea of how efficient each one of those are. I'm not an expert in those. I would guess that some may have different efficiencies, but when using those, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say when using those different usage, that beneficial use would have to be consistent with that usage instead of, in my opinion, it would have to be consistent with the intent of that usage.
And then where in your rule are there any limits on the percent amount of gas that must be used in order for a venting and flaring plan to be adequate?
So I think I just addressed that. Maybe I stated it wrong. So use, I would say, qualifies under the beneficial uses, which would be A through I. I don't think we have a percentage of that for different usage as far as what's acceptable. But if it's for takeaway, we do have that percentage, which is 100% takeaway capacity.
Correct. So then your rule by its terms does seem to allow what Mr. Lepore testified to, and that is that the beneficial use plan could allow 50% venting and flaring since there's no percent requirement of beneficial use. Is that correct?
Well, I would caveat that with whatever percentage that they are using has to be consistent with one of those options. So they would have to say power generation. All that gas would be going through and being used as efficiently as possible for that power generation. They couldn't have a power generator on site and be directing 10% of their gas to that power generation and venting the other 90%. I would say that whatever they're using that for beneficial use has to be intrinsic with the gas that's they're venting or flaring through that.
Now, under your proposed language, if an operator doesn't make the certification, doesn't have an adequate venting or flaring plan, or if you all determine there's not adequate takeaway capacity, the division proposes language that states the division may deny the APD or conditionally approve the APD. That's correct, right? We've gone over that.
That's correct.
So could the division approve an APD without conditions under this language?
I would say the way it's written, they could, but it wouldn't be consistent with the intent of the rule.
So the intent of the rule is that the division only has two choices here, to either deny the APD or conditionally approve the APD. Is that correct?
If they're out of compliance, yes, that was the intent.
And so then the language that Climate Advocates proposed making it clear that the division has only those two choices, deny or conditionally approve, is consistent with the OCD's intent as you just described it, correct?
I think there could be other circumstances that still meet that intent, because I think there's more than one way to conditionally approve or bring an operator in compliance that would still meet that intent. That would be through our enforcement discretions, similar as like an agreed compliance order, where we could have stipulated penalties if they didn't meet it. That could be conditioned on that previous provision where he wrote, where we identify an operator isn't complying and they would come to us with a compliance plan. So I would say those would still be conditions, even though those are conditions not explicit on the APD itself. They're still conditions explicit to the overall process.
Right, but we're not talking about an enforcement action in this section. We're talking about approval or not approval of an APD. And so what you had told me was that the intent of this provision is either that the division deny the APD or conditionally approve the APD. I'm not asking you about what the division would do when it's taking some enforcement action. So let me ask again, isn't it true that the intent of the division, this provision, as you just told me, is either if the operator can't certify, if they don't have an adequate venting flying plan, if you all determine they don't have sufficient takeaway, the two options of the division are to deny the APD or conditionally approve the APD, correct?
Let me look at the wording just to be sure. So if they don't certify it, then it would be correct, a denial or conditional approval. They don't submit an adequate venting or flaring plan. Yes, I would agree with that to approve it, we would need to do A or B. Or if the division determines the operator will not have adequate natural gas takeaway capacity at the time a well will be spud, the division may. I would say the last one, at the time of spud, the division may. That's where maybe other enforcement discretions may be already in play, because I don't see the division making that determination as a standard course of business every day. The operator would likely already be in some kind of discussion or enforcement action with the division for that one to apply.
But let's go back to the APD, because that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the enforcement action, which, and I agree that as the APD process is going on, an enforcement action can be going on parallel. But what I'm talking about is what OCD does vis-a-vis the APD. And if the division determines that the operator doesn't have adequate takeaway capacity at the time a well will be spud, with respect to the APD, the division can only deny or approve conditionally. Isn't that correct? Or could it approve without any conditions at all?
I would say if they're already in a plan, in that case, to meet that intent, they could approve it, because attaching the conditions may be duplicative of actions the division is already taking.
May or may not be taking.
Correct.
And then finally, if the operator, is failing to certify, failing to submit an adequate plan, failing to, division thinks it's not going to have takeaway capacity. You all say that the division can deny or conditionally approve. But shouldn't the conditional approval ensure that however the operator has failed whether it's failure to certify, submit an adequate plan, not have takeaway capacity, shouldn't the conditions on that APD go to the failure of the operator to make the necessary showing?
So yes, if you put conditions on the APD, those conditions would be related to that failure for the operator to comply with that failure, or address that failure.
That's all I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Patton.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fox. Let's see, do we have Mr. Bach for the remainder of climate advocates' questions?
That's correct.
Oh, there you are.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I think all of my questions are going to be for Mr. Bolander. So, Mr. Powell, thank you very much. Risk of editorializing, I would say I'm very grateful for all the hard work the OCD staff has done, and I would even go further and say all the work that Madam Hearing Officer, you've done, the commission, and council to the other side. It's been, I think a very, very great effort that people have been putting in here. So I appreciate that. Mr. Bolander.
Yes, I'm on.
Okay, there you are. Okay, let's see. Mr. Bolander, I would like to start with controlled storage tank. Or, yeah.
Yes.
But I get the ability to share as well here. Thank you. Oh, that's not right, is it? Oh, it's just zoomed in a lot. Okay. So under section 8G2, we're talking, of course, part 27 here, entitled Monthly Reporting of Venting and Flaring of Gas. We had proposed to add a section here for controlled storage tank. And then I believe that you have responded to that by saying OCD believes that this category is not required because these tanks are controlled, meaning that their emissions are being captured for beneficial use or destruction in a flare. I can pull that up in your spreadsheet, but do you recall that? Do you agree that that's what you said?
Yes, I do remember.
Okay, well then I won't bother with it because we'll get everyone seasick here scrolling, and I'm be beyond my capacity. So I guess, Mr. Bolander, I don't really understand this answer. So we're talking about information that should be included in the monthly report of vented and flared gas. And so why wouldn't flaring that occurs at a storage tank be reported as a type of flaring?
There could be a couple of reasons for this. One, there's an exception for gas that has high quality or high percentage of H2S, which is not pipeline quality. And in most cases there, gas coming off the storage tanks, which would be considered controlled, would be flared as an example. For most cases, I would say if you could capture it, through a vapor recovery, if the gas quality meets specifications, that would be the preferred method. And in that case, it is being captured, for disposition.
Okay, so I'm just a little. I'm trying to clarify here because, but you agree that a controlled storage tank, or I guess our intent with that language was to include flaring of tank gases, and so you agree that that does happen.
Yes.
And flaring of tank gases would not be covered under F here, which is uncontrolled storage tanks, right? That's uncontrolled only covers venting from storage tanks, correct?
Uncontrolled tanks could. Yes.
Is flaring?
You're correct.
Is flaring of tank gas potentially a form of waste?
Potentially, yes, depending upon what the reason for the flare.
And Mr. Bolander, did you hear Dr. McCabe testify yesterday that almost 3,000 tanks in New Mexico, portion of the Permian Basin, are already using vapor recovery units to capture flash gas and direct it back to sales?
Yes, I did listen to David's testimony yesterday.
And Dr. McCabe also testified that, you know, people have been doing this for a good long period of time and the technologies are readily available, correct?
Correct.
So if it is possible, at least in some cases, to capture and sell the flash gas from tanks, isn't it wasteful to flare it?
If the gas quality is such, and if the vapor recovery can be sized for that volume of gas, it could be too low for some design criteria.
And I hear you on the contamination issue, and I think there is a separate category right here for if it's contaminated with hydrogen sulfide, for example, the I. And we're not suggesting that we think that flaring of contaminated gas is waste. But I guess my question is, if it is possible to capture and sell this gas, and it's instead being flared, shouldn't that be reported as a form of vented and flared gas under this section?
If it can be captured through a designed, are anybody hearing that?
I did hear it. It might be me. I'm sorry if it is.
Okay. Let me try again.
Mr. Bach, and we'll try again with Mr. Bolander.
Sorry, Madam Hearing Officer, you said I should mute?
Just while he's...
Yeah. Okay, let me, hold on. Okay.
All right. Mr. Bolander, try again. He's muted.
Okay. If natural gas that is being flared off of a tank can be adequately designed for vapor recovery, then that should be a preferred method for capture as opposed to flaring.
But as the rule is currently written, there's no requirement to report flaring gas from a tank, even if it can be controlled, correct?
Not currently.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bolander. I'd like to move now. Let's do a very quick one. Auto igniters.
Yes.
Mr. Bolander, on, I think it's 28, or 27, sorry, 8E3, we had proposed requiring auto igniters and not allowing continuous pilots and new flares. And you heard Dr. McCabe testify about why he believed auto igniters were more reliable than continuous flares. And I guess this is just kind of a clarification. I actually don't see a response to that particular recommendation. I do see a response to the suggestion that it be 98% combustion efficiency, but am I missing where you responded to the auto igniters point?
I do not see that in there. From our response, failed to catch that one. Apologies for that. From our analysis and review of various regulatory bodies that require either or, gives the ability for what type of operation that works best for each. In some cases, continuous pilot is more effective in some sources than auto igniters, which ultimately Colorado COGC ended up with their final rule allowing for either either or. You know, understanding that different conditions, you know, whether it's continuous flow or intermittent flow, one may be better than the other.
Thank you, Mr. Bolander. I'm not sure that that's my recollection of the Colorado rule, but that's not we need to flesh out here.
Objection. Questions, not council's arguments, please.
No, Mr. Bach, if you when you get an opportunity, it's 903 D 5 in Colorado, which talks about the flares. It does talk about the 98%, but it does give the or. Just wanted to point that out to you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolander. I really appreciate that. I would like to now turn to pneumatic devices, and just to give a little roadmap for folks keeping score at home, we want to do pneumatics, blowdowns, and completions, and that's all I have. So I'm not going to keep you here, hopefully, much longer. I want to look, Mr. Bolander, at again 27 8G2 little I, and this is again related to pneumatic devices. So this is actually your response to one of Nemoga's proposals, but it we also want to discuss a change that OCD made to the rule text between the notice of rulemaking and the beginning of this hearing, which is not actually covered in this document, but those are kind of our points of reference. Mr. Bolander, do you recall Mr. Laporte testifying that the concept of waste is not static, but it's evolving?
Yes, I do remember Matt making that comment.
I think he even gave a specific example of high bleed pneumatic controller. Is that your recollection?
I do remember Matt making that comment.
So I think his point was that they were considered a form of beneficial use 10, 15 years ago, but now they're considered wasteful because they're alternatives that can do the same thing without venting as well. Is that, again, your recollection?
That's what I understand, what I remember, yes.
Okay, so let's look at your comment. Let me pull this up because I do think this is actually helpful to have it up in front of us on this one. This is your comment to part 27. Sorry, I was on part 28. 8G2I.
What line number is that, Mr. Bach?
So I actually am not operating off of the one that had the line numbers.
Okay.
Which I do apologize. Here it is. It's called delete category for pneumatic controllers and pumps. Try to zoom in on that.
Okay, it's 83.
83.
If anybody needs it.
Thank you.
Okay, so Nemoga had proposed to delete the requirement to report venting from pneumatic devices. And OCD rejected that. And in explaining why, let's look at this note here. You said, venting and flaring from the normal operation of pneumatic controllers and pumps is not counted as lost gas. However, OCD proposes to require reporting these volumes because pneumatics are considered one of the largest sources of vented and flared gas in New Mexico. Put that in the form of the question, do you agree with what I read into the record is substantially accurate?
Yes, that's what you read.
Yes, okay. So, and to clarify, even high bleed controllers under the current rule are excluded from the formula for calculating lost gas, correct?
Correct.
And that's a change from the version of the rule that was actually accompanied with the notice of proposed rulemaking, correct?
Correct.
So in the original version, venting and flaring from pneumatics would have counted against lost gas.
If I remember correctly, the original that would have counted for pneumatics would have been lost gas from malfunctioning pneumatics.
Okay, so you think it was only malfunctioning and not
normal operations? Correct.
Normal operations?
Yes.
Well,
I mean, we can pull that up. I would appreciate that. I'm looking at our more recent copy.
so yeah, and so the reason why this is a little tricky, and is because we made our red lines on the October 15th version, and so venting and flaring. So venting and flaring is a result of normal operations of pneumatic controllers and pumps, unless the operator vents or flares less than 500,000 cubic feet. I think it looks like that was originally I, and I actually also have the original OC. Yeah, okay, I. And you see this on the original version that was published with the proposed rulemaking.
Correct.
Okay, so in that version, venting and flaring from the normal operation of pneumatics was reported as a form of venting and flaring. And did it count toward the lost gas? And we'll pull this up here. Mr. Bolander, just let me know when
Yes.
you've had time to review, because it's
Right. Right, I see it.
So the reason why this is confusing is because it's obviously, you have to put together the cross references. But I think it's subparagraph I is the volume of normal emissions of pneumatics and is not listed as one of the items excluded from the volume and for purposes of accounting. Is that correct?
Correct. It was corrected in our post-October because the intent was not to count normal operations of pneumatics because of its use as beneficial use.
Okay, but Mr. Lepore testified that venting from at least some pneumatics is not a beneficial use anymore, as we already discussed, correct?
Mr. Lepore said that.
And in your discussion here, you also said, and it's come up in the hearing, a variety of evidence that volumes vented and flared from pneumatics are one of the largest sources of waste, or one of the largest sources of venting and flaring, correct?
That's what we have. That's what the results of the greenhouse gas reporting has been. However, it is not broken out by state outside of the report in the map where it lists that as one. One of the goals of the division's rule was to capture this data so the state would understand what was the true volume from pneumatics and then understand what percentage is considered low, intermediate, and high. And then based on that data, then have the ability to modify the rule if it deems fit. But they wanted to collect the data first, understanding that pneumatic data or pneumatics typically are considered beneficial use today. And then based on the data and the results that we got, could it be changed in the future?
Okay, but and you heard Mr. McCabe, or Dr. McCabe testify that there are, in fact, zero emission alternatives to these controllers that in his studies have that they can save the gas savings from switching over can pay for itself within a little over a year. Do you remember?
Yes, I remember Mr. McKay mentioning that.
So if it is possible to completely eliminate this source of waste, this source of venting, wouldn't it be wasteful to not make that switch over?
If it could be done where there is available, resources to be able to do that, one would be available electricity or, power generation to go in that direction. However, from an operations perspective, I would not recommend 100% replacement of gas-driven pneumatics, specifically on safety valves, which typically are intermittent designed, which typically, at best operate once a year when you test the functionality. And for safety valves, I want to make sure that I have the ability to actuate at a moment's notice, and electrical power outage is not a risk I would be willing to take for cases such as that.
Thank you, Mr. Bolander, correct?
Yes.
You seem like a doctor to me. I keep wanting to call you doctor.
My daughter is one, if that helps.
Mr. Bolander, I think Dr. McCabe also testified that you can use instrument air as an alternative to either electrification or natural gas. Does that address some of those concerns about electrical outage?
Instrument air can be used, but however, instrument air does require a compressor, and so it requires some energy source to create it. So, which that could be natural gas or some other technology. I know we tested fuel cells at Southwestern Energy to see if that would be effective.
So, Mr. Bolander, it sounds like there may be some discrete areas where you feel like, notwithstanding the alternatives, using a gas-driven pneumatic may still be appropriate, but would it be possible to write a rule that excludes those limited circumstances and says, at least for high bleed controllers, at least in less critical functions, it would be considered waste to use something that vents?
I think right now, and with the intent of the reason why we wrote the rule like we did, was the ability to capture the data to understand what it was. So the first intent in this case is to capture data and exempt it from gas capture as it reads today. Based on the results from the data, the data is there. So future regulations are the goal, or what the intent was, is, did not want to write something where we were uncomfortable with the available data, since it was not on a statewide basis, was on a region.
And so, Mr. Bolander, do you think that the data is insufficient to show that pneumatics are a significant source of waste? I mean, I think that we cited a NEMOGA report listed that as one of the highest sources of waste. Dr. McCabe cited that as one of the large sources of waste. And your own language here agrees with that. So I'm not really sure what is the gap in the data that needs to be filled in with additional reporting?
I think the gap is, and for us, is looking at whether it's the statute or the language that's converted over into, I think 1915-2 on defining waste, is that we, look at it in terms of, can it be used for beneficial use? Obviously pneumatics use of natural gas is for beneficial. and can it be excessive? And I think once the state gets the data to show that there may be some pneumatics that are excessive, they can take action on that, and move forward.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Boland. I think we've done about as much on pneumatics as probably anyone has patience for, except for David McCabe. He would love to hear more on that. Let's do some completions, can we?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so this is the very, very first edit here on 27. Scroll up on it. So again, I'm going to refer you to something you wrote in response to a NMOGA suggestion, but related back to an issue that we're interested in. So in response to NMOGA's suggested change to 7D, you wrote, and I'll try to highlight it here if I can, prudent operators should be sizing their equipment to accommodate the max or near max flow in order to initiate separation at the earliest possible time. Correct?
Correct. Which I think we've covered in our language in 27.8E1, if I remember if that's the right citation.
28E1?
E1.
Production separation equipment and storage tanks just give me a second here, right? Because I actually would not. This may moot the need for some of this testimony if I can understand what this. So the intent of that section, E1, is that an operator shall design completion and production separation equipment to maximize recovery. Okay. So I guess the intent of this provision is that if someone is doing a completion, they should be using a separator and tanks and so forth that are designed to accommodate the actual flow back that's going to occur, correct?
Yes, the intent is to shorten the initial flowback stage as short as possible. I think earlier this morning in my testimony, I had mentioned that was mentioned by Tom Alexander yesterday when he brought up the Fayetteville Shell, where we designed our separators to be able to flow back into and cut the initial flowback time from days to hours. So yes, that's what that is intended to mean.
So I guess my question there is shall design the equipment. I guess does that, to your mind, imply that you're also required to use that during the completions operation and to have it on site at the outset of completion?
Yes. Yeah, we were specific, at least in E1, to make sure that would involve both completion and production separation equipment.
So, Mr. Bolander, did you listen to Ms. Tietz's testimony?
Yes, I did.
And so you probably heard her testify to the effect that, apologies for the car alarm, that operators are not using properly sized equipment, and they are sometimes using a separator designed for production instead of one designed for fallback conditions. Do you remember that?
Yes. And that's what this language, the attempt of this language is to solve that issue.
Well, I appreciate that. That is not something that I had really provision I really focused in on, and so that is helpful. That's why we have the experts here. Let's switch to blowdowns, if we could. And this is in 28.
Correct.
So 28, section 8B, 3A, B3A. So we have proposed that venting and flaring should only be allowed during scheduled maintenance and repair, including during blowdowns, only where the gas cannot be rerouted back into the pipeline outside of the pressurized zone or otherwise beneficially used. And that's what this is responding to, that recommendation.
Right.
Okay. And so this is really just a clarification to start off. OECD believes these situations will occur infrequently. Which situation are you referring to there? Situations where gas can be rerouted back into the pipeline, or situations where it is not possible to do that?
It's what we're referring to there is the ability to transfer the gas to be able to transfer the gas, into another system, to be able to do so.
So you believe that capturing and rerouting, it's going to be not very often that's going to be possible?
In a gathering, what I would say in a gathering situation where normally typically you have single lines, going to custody transfer points, that would be the case there. I think, and one of the sections that we talk about in blowdowns, I highlight the use of, pump down techniques or, depressurizing, your system are, best management practices to minimize your venting and flaring when you do reach that situation, and you don't have that alternative.
So again, you've already said you heard Dr. McCabe testify yesterday, and he testified to the effect that there are steps that you can take to minimize waste during blowdowns, including using isolation valves or technologies such as plugs. It can be put into place, and the gas can be pumped out of a pipeline and compressed and then reintroduced into the sales line. Is that consistent with what you remember?
Yes. And that's what I just spoke to a second ago concerning, pump down techniques and such.
Right. So you agree that those are possibilities?
Correct.
So I guess what I'm the disconnect I'm struggling with here is why, and you may have already answered this, and I apologize if you have. But why does OCD believe it's infrequent that these waste prevention methods can be employed?
If I remember the exact language, it was the ability to transfer gas to another system. So the comment was speaking specifically to that, not to other technologies. And our goal, by using a gas capture percentage in the rule, as opposed to prescribing specific either processes or technologies, is designed for operators on really both sides of the equation, upstream and midstream, to look at where they have the greatest losses and affect those first. And if blowdowns is their greatest loss, then they're going to do what they need to. But if they're doing if they're already doing that, then, we'd like for them to look at other categories to meet their requirements. That was
I think if I understood, you're saying that because that venting does go to the gas capture percentage, you felt it was not necessary to specify that in that section. Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And let me just see. I think I had one more on blowdowns, but it may be. I think it's related. Mr. Bolander, I could continue asking you questions all afternoon. I find this fascinating, and you're a pleasure to interview. But I think I will pass the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bach.
Thank you, Mr. Bach. Ms. Branyos, I see you.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Hi, Mr. Bolander. I just have what I think is a quick question for you, hopefully. First, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your testimony and all of your time and hard work, and for all of OCD's time and hard work into this role. Hopefully yesterday you heard Tom Alexander's testimony where he expressed some concerns about the revised definition of a stripper well, essentially, wherein pursuant to the current draft, OCD would just look at the operator's gas production per day, not the oil production as well. And he expressed some concerns about how that would potentially allow operators with significant oil production to qualify for some of the exceptions in the rule. Did you hear that yesterday?
Yes, I did.
I'm just curious, I didn't see in OCD Exhibit 4C any mention of that testimony. And I was just curious if OCD had an opportunity to contemplate what Mr. Alexander had to say, and if so, if you had any thoughts you could share with respect to his comments.
Yes, I do. I think we probably, last night as we were finalizing that, forgot to add any comments relative to Tom's testimony. But what we're looking at, if you look at the exemptions that we have, and I'd like to concentrate on two of them specifically, meters and flares first, and that is those two are meant to measure or flare natural gas. The AVO we feel like is captured in that even with removing the exemption for oil and AVO, it will still be subject to AVO, regardless of its production. What we were looking at relative to, and Tom's example, I think he used 100 barrel per day, 50 MCF per day. That is the case. However, there are water floods in the state in which there's minimal gas that facilities could be making hundreds of barrels and probably make less than 10 to 15 MCF per day, and didn't want to look at when I'm looking specifically at flare and metering, I wanted to make sure that those were volumes that were based on a gas requirement and not an oil requirement.
Thank you for that answer. So just to make sure I understand, the basis for the change was to just look at gas production because the exceptions really are focused on gas production. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Gas
Okay.
production and or the gas through that facility.
And so I'm just curious, would you agree though that the use of the stripper well qualifies the operator for certain, what I would characterize as an exception, not an exemption from at least certainly the AVO requirements and the retrofitting of flare requirements. But that if one only looks at gas production in exclusion of looking at oil production, it is possible that you could have an operator qualify for that exception. So, less frequent AVO, for example, monthly rather than weekly, based on the fact that they produce a very small amount of gas, regardless of how much oil they produce.
That is correct, because we're, effectively regulating natural gas waste and not oil in this particular regulation.
Okay, I think I understand.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parnas. Let's see, Commissioner Engler.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Kessler, you might have lost.
I do have some questions, but I'm wondering if I could go after Commissioner Sandoval or Director Sandoval.
Yes, Madam Chair.
I have quite a few questions. Okay, and I did not write exactly who these were for, so that was not helpful. I think some of the beginning ones were more for Mr. Powell.
If
All right, so you
probably
talked about, okay, yeah, I mean, I don't really honestly care who answers as long as I get information. It would be great. Okay, line item 54 has to do with AVO. I think you talked about this, Mr. Powell, and said it was intended to just have very minimal record keeping requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But the division doesn't plan to necessarily put out a form for this.
No, we don't. The intent was to give the operator the ability to work it into their system the best way that fits them. Most operators probably already have it worked into their system one way or the another, as far as just their standard leak detections as they do their site inspections.
So I can't remember which witness it was. Actually, this is the one from Enterprise. I'm blanking on his name. Said, and I think Mr. Smitherman said that the issue is not being on site. They're on site. They just don't want to do paperwork. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, and I think it was Mr. Thompson that discussed that they were doing some inspection similar to Colorado, where all they filled out was a checkbox and then listed deficiencies. That's the level we were expecting out of this AVO.
So I think one of my specific questions for, gosh, I am totally blanking on his name. It was the one from Enterprise. I apologize. I can't recall his name off the top of my head at the moment.
Mr. Reinerman?
That's it. Thank you. I proposed some sort of option like, well, what if, because he was concerned about, I don't know, I guess all the associated language that's in there, the seals, all the stuff. It doesn't just say go look, see, well, look and see. Look, smell, hear. It says look, smell, hear, and do all of these other things. And that seems to be their concern. And I proposed, well, what if they did the comprehensive thing once a month and, walked around the site and did the other stuff every week? And he seemed amenable to that. Would that still meet the intent of what the division is trying to do?
And I believe that would still meet our intent. And
Okay.
if not, probably exceed what our original intent was.
Okay. Thank you. Oh gosh, I have a lot. I'm so sorry. I think I'm going to go through my written ones first, and then I may circle back on the document that I have and all of those questions where I went through your rebuttal and marked it up. So I'll go through what I wrote down during this direct and cross, and then we can go back to the document. Otherwise, I think it's going to get messy. 87. It's the royalty interest. I guess my question was, the proposal says in the rebuttal, it says beginning January 2022 to add a date, because I don't think there was a date in there. I guess maybe this is a silly question, but wouldn't they be reporting January's data in March?
That would probably be correct.
So would it be more appropriate to say beginning either January 2022 data reporting or March 15th, because it's 45 days basically after? Would that be more appropriate?
So that would be more appropriate. And I think tying it with the reporting timelines of the C-115s would probably be good, that starting January 2022, January's information will be required 45 days after on a monthly basis, something along those lines, consistent with the 115B language.
Okay. Sorry, I'm making notes. All right. Does the division actually have any language that they intend to propose yet for the additionally OCD agrees with NMOGA that overriding royalty interest owners do not require this reporting and will exempt from this requirement? Do you have a language proposal yet, or no?
We are working on it. I don't think we have anything that's ready to be proposed. I think the intent was to have that before it starts next Thursday, but Eric may be able to answer that better later.
Okay. So I think you talked about 77. Sorry to go back one. I missed that one. And some of the reasons why in your PowerPoint, I think you brought up the property information. Do you have any specific examples of maybe times where the division, why the information would be helpful on a facility basis or a well basis as opposed to a lump of wells?
So I have had a couple specific examples. I don't remember the well specifically, but I do remember there's been times where an inspector or a public has, well, two cases. One where an inspector has seen venting or flaring on a specific site and then trying to allocate that back to make sure that it was reported and couldn't because it was on a property basis. We could just see if an operator was reporting some venting somewhere in the system. The other one was in response to a public concern where we had actually directed the operator to ensure they reported the venting or flaring and then went back to look and ensure that they did report that venting and it was venting in that occurrence. And looking back, again, we could see that they reported venting to that property, but we couldn't identify which well in that property that venting was tied to.
Okay. I don't know if you heard NMOGA bring up concerns about, and I think this was maybe Ms. Perez, she brought up issues with sometimes things aren't, so there's a centralized facility that a handful of wells goes to. I guess my question is, if that's the situation, so she also referred to commingling. If that's the situation, are they required to get commingling authorization from the OCD?
Sometimes. So if it's all on the same lease or all in the same unit and it's going to a facility, then they don't have to have specific commingling authority. If it's mixing leases, then they would have to have surface commingling authority. So it could be one or the other. And that was one of the reasons why with the 115B, we were looking specifically at either a well or a facility to pinpoint where that flaring is actually occurring. Because if it's occurring at a facility, we want to be able to tie that venting and flaring to that facility so we can look at the operations of that facility. Because if we tried to disseminate it down to a well level, we wouldn't be able to look and see what's actually occurring on that facility either.
So I guess I'm wondering if that change or specification is made in the rule, and I think that you potentially pulled up language for that. How would the operator know, or the OCD know for that matter, whether or not the operator should be reporting on a well basis or a facility basis? I guess what I'm trying to say is how would the OCD know that an operator isn't trying to circumvent the process and make it easier potentially for themselves by reporting on a facility basis when maybe they should report on a well basis? Do you see where I'm going?
Yeah, I think that's where we need to be clear, and we have some language in there, proposed language, that report is to happen separately for each well or each facility, to try to explicitly state that if it's happening at a well level, they need to report at a well level. If it's happening at the facility level, it needs to be on the facility level. I don't know, does that address your question?
Do you feel like that language is clear enough to prevent any circumvision of the rule?
Let me pull it up. Right now it says the operator shall separately report for each well or each facility. So
I guess I'm trying to figure out how are they supposed to know when they report on a well basis and when they report on a facility basis is what I'm trying to figure out, and how would the operator know that?
We could go back and look and see if we could clarify that more. I would say wherever that flare is at, or wherever that venting's at, they need to report for that, whatever that is, at a granular level instead of trying to disseminate it back to one or the other.
Okay. Thank you. I think this one's for Mr. Bolander. All right, completions operations, our favorite topic. It seems like one of the favorites. I think you said earlier, and what came up in the testimony yesterday by, oh my gosh.
Mr.
I can
Alexander.
remember all the testimony. I just can't remember the names at this point, apparently. Oh, geez.
Mr. Alexander.
That's it. Thank you. And so this morning you talked about how most of the examples he gave were gas plays, correct?
Correct.
Would it be appropriate to distinguish in the rule that maybe additional completions requirements are necessary for gas versus oil wells, or is that not appropriate?
Well, we wrote the rule, obviously looking at it from a one size fits all. When we first wrote it, we knew what Colorado had, but had no tangible examples that being used. Now that we do, it could be, but we also have our general requirement in 28.8A, which requires operators, if technically feasible, to flare over vent. So if a company looks at that from an overall perspective, it should look at all three categories of 8B, C, and D, from that lens. If we wanted to modify 8C, without, cumbersome, making a more cumbersome an attempt, we could add a qualifier in there that, based on well type, if it's technically feasible, operators should, meet the requirement in 8A.
But you feel like in general, it's probably more feasible for gas wells than oil wells?
Correct. I think, and the one thing that you have with oil wells is that that initial flow back is going to be primarily fluid, large, especially in New Mexico where large slickwater fracks, with pretty large volumes of oil coming back. You're going to have a lot of various flow regimes, where in the Northwest, where most of them are energized, fracks with nitrogen or such, those would have a capability of capture sooner, with the goal of, in both cases, designing your separation equipment to be able to move from initial flow back to separation. To me, that's the key, is being able to move from that step to the next. Because once you move to separation stage, that's where you have the ability to officially treat the gas through separation and put towards sales.
Okay, I think at the beginning of this, you said that might be possible to add, what was it you said there again? Add some sort of statement in C? Yeah, some sort of statement in C that, the first part in C, if I can get to it, if you don't mind, move to the right rule. You take your time.
The way we've got the rule currently written is during initial flowback, the operator shall route flowback fluids into a completion or storage tank and commence operation of a separator as soon as technically feasible for a separator to function. And we can add language within C1 that as a qualifier that if that the ability to capture during the initial flowback is feasible, that it be performed as well.
Okay. I'm just making. I also have the UPS man outside my house, which is a very scary time of the day. So hopefully you don't get barked at. He's a threat to the family, at least per my dogs. Hold on. I apologize.
No problem. My dog has been waiting to go on a. I actually have to spell the word because he knows the word to go on one. So if I say the word, yes.
Understand. I very much understand that. All right. So there's just been, I feel like, a lot of conversation about what you can model, what you can't model, what you can measure, can't measure, estimate, can't estimate. I guess my question is in your experience, I believe you, one of, I don't have the resume in front of you. You were VP of HS&E at Southwestern at one point?
Correct.
So do you have familiarity with environmental reporting?
Yes.
So I guess some of the testimony was that sure, the models are good enough to permit, but you're doing you're doing sort of sometimes an overestimation to make sure you stay within that limit. And so it's okay for that, but to model things more accurately or on a daily basis and be more accurate, models might not be the best option. Is that what you recall hearing?
That's what I recall hearing. I'd like to push back a little bit on that general statement, however.
Go ahead.
A lot of these software packages, are also used in the design of facilities and the design of control equipment. And, they're actually used in, designing criteria on, volumes going through separation equipment or through vapor recovery. So you need a certain amount of accuracy to be able to design a compressor for a vapor recovery unit on capture. And this same software, in many cases that's used for regulatory permitting, is also used in design applications. So if it's good for on both ends of the spectrum, it should be good for the middle.
From your experience, are those modeling softwares also used to demonstrate compliance, either yearly or monthly or whatever the state or feds require? Are those modeling softwares also used to demonstrate compliance with an applicable permit?
Yes, we have used them. Specifically, our HS&E air specialist would do so, for example, responding to Arkansas Department of Environmental Quality.
So for those responses, do you believe that it was important to provide accurate information?
Yes.
And you believe that modeling, you and I think Southwestern maybe believed that modeling was the most accurate information to represent what was happening at that site, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So I don't exactly recall, let's see, I think it was Mr. Greaves who spoke about, and I think you said earlier you missed this, about a gas blanket on a tank and whether or not, Mr. Feldward asked whether or not it could be modeled. Now, I don't recall if he was talking about a natural gas blanket or a nitrogen blanket, because you could have both. Are you familiar with, it's a technical supplement document from TCEQ about above ground liquid storage tanks?
I'm not familiar with that one, no.
Okay. I'm going to read you a blurb from it. It's talking about, it's under the nitrogen blanketed tank section. It says, therefore, when determining emissions from nitrogen blanketed atmospheric storage tanks, which it notes is having at least 78% nitrogen by volume, no modifications to the AP42 equations or software programs are required. The gas blanket will not affect emissions if the tank is operated near atmospheric pressure. Does that sound accurate to you?
That sounds accurate, that they acknowledge that the use of gas blankets doesn't affect the use of modeling, or even in the case of use of equations as well.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if I have any more tank questions. Okay, so there was talk, I think Mr. Bach asked you about uncontrolled storage tanks. No, I'm sorry, controlled storage tanks and their exclusion from this rule. Do you still believe, I think after some of that testimony, that they should be excluded from this rule?
I would characterize if it's controlled, going to a vapor recovery, then it should be excluded from the rule. And if the vapor recovery malfunctions, any losses would go under our malfunction category. If it is flared due to H2S, it should be excluded from the rule, and should already be, because we do have the characterization for H2S. However, if it is a control tank just for flaring the natural gas, that would indicate that it does have the ability or possibility to be captured for beneficial use. So in that individual case, could be added to the regulation.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm trying to group some of these. They're a little all over, so I'm not hitting on topics more than 5 times here. So I think NMOGA is wanting to exclude routine downhole maintenance, including operation of workover rigs, manual liquids unloading, and then the uncontrolled storage tank, the pneumatic controllers and pumps, thief hatches, and the other category. For all of those categories that were just listed, do you think that there is a way to measure, estimate, or model those categories well enough to report under here?
If we step through them, if you don't mind, and pull up my section G. The first one being thief hatches, and those would be thief hatches that are routed to a flare or a control device, improperly closed. In most cases that means they're wide open, is the proper closing of them, and that can be modeled. And in the case of where you have a control device that's operating and capturing a certain volume of gas, and that volume of gas decreases because that thief hatch is open, that's a pretty simple math calculation there. I think most of us can figure that one out. As far as if we move up, uncontrolled storage tanks, through understanding of the models that are out there, specifically some of the more recent models such as ProMax, which has the ability to model throughout the system. Uncontrolled storage tanks can be, I believe, accurately estimated through modeling. Manual liquid unloading, I believe, can be through the use of engineering equations. I think the data, from the API ANGA report shows that use of emission factors for manual unloading, would result in, an accuracy level that would probably not be acceptable or reliable for that. And I think, that's one of the reasons why we're asking for the methodology that's being used. So I feel comfortable about manual liquid unloading. And, one of the keys for manual liquid unloading is to, promote, kind of a change and operator behavior and reporting some of these and looking for areas to where they can, engineer out, some of these emissions. And I understand, I've had wells log off, at times when they're not even at their critical rate and manual unloading is necessary, but there are, plenty of wells that are manually unloaded on a regular basis. So a behavioral change of counting that is, I think, a important routine downhole maintenance. There are equations in subpart W, and I will admit on that the accuracy level of those is on a well by well basis is probably not where I would want it if we're looking for accurate and reliable data for all of the operations that we have mentioned. Specifically workover rigs where, basically you're trying to, kill the well and you're going to have gas release, during the killing of that well. That's going to be really difficult to estimate. Some of the other operations, coiled tubing units, would be difficult, based on, what the flow medium that you're doing. When I look at a swab rig, you can think of it as just, a big old plunger with a wire attached to it, So that one does have the ability, I think, to be calculated, but for all of the ones that are listed, there are accuracy concerns that I would have in that based on what's all in D.
Okay. That's helpful. Does this rule set a de minimis on venting? I think there's been questions so far like, well, it's a small amount, so it doesn't, why should it count? Is there intended here to be a de minimis on venting? Like if it's under X amount, then it doesn't count?
I don't think, there were, in my one slide where I mentioned, too small to measure, and some of these, there's not any good methodology to measure, so that makes it difficult to come up with an accurate, volume to report on. The intent is, gas loss. Every, I guess, people that you've heard, every molecule counts. Well, that would be true. So there's no de minimis, but I feel you got to have an accurate method of determining if there is venting occurring through a leak, and do you feel comfortable with a accurate estimation method? If you're not, and there's not accurate estimation methods, unfortunately, there will be some venting that will more than likely not be counted because there's no physical, no either metering or estimation method.
Okay. I also, there seems to be some confusion, and I just want to clarify this, that just because, let's see, venting or flaring is authorized in, what is it, C, B, C, B, C, and D.
Correct.
It doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't count against your gas capture percentage, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. There seems to, I think, be confusion around that. So the rule recognizes that some things have to vent or flare for that matter, some of it would then just tie back to whether or not you have to submit a C-129. And because if it's authorized in one of these B, C, or D, then it's pre-authorized and you don't have to submit a C-129, or you still do?
C-129, we went back and modified that to be specific with Rule 1915-29, which typically was C-141 reporting, which set thresholds for reporting, incidents of emergencies, malfunctions, or, in the case of our rule of venting and flaring events of a long duration within 8 hours, within a 24-hour period. So that reporting is specific to more than anything, the ability to do a root cause analysis for emergencies and malfunctions. For venting that is less than the thresholds that are specified in the rule are still required to be reported if they are listed under 27.8 G2, which is the reporting function, regardless of volume.
I have a little bit of additional information to that as well that I think I could add. The C-129, like Jim explained, it applies to emergencies or malfunctions or venting greater than 50 MCF. However, the other items that are in there, even though they may not have to report on a C-129, would still be reported on a C-115B as applicable, no matter what volume they were at, whether it be above or below 50.
Okay. I guess I'm left with, after some of the testimony and questions, I've been left with a little bit of concern. Is it the division's intent for industry to be able to decide when something is waste and when something is not, based on each individual release or event, or however we want to call it?
Hopefully the intent of the reporting categories in G2, which are reflective on the C-115, we tried to be as exhaustive as we can, trying to include categories that we view, well, I was going to say we review all of them as waste, but some of them are not counted as waste, such as emergencies, off-spec gas for H2S and such, and for events such as that. But the other categories are counted as lost gas.
So the only place in the rule where industry would make that assessment as to whether the release is waste or not would be the other category?
This is Brandon. Yes, the other category, as we're proposing it now, we're adding the reference to the waste rule. So they would have to make a determinant for that waste. But that would also apply to categories where if we found it and felt it was waste as well, we could apply it to that category as well.
Okay, but in general, the rule is designed so that industry is not making that decision on a day-to-day basis.
That is correct. On all of the other categories, those are preset out without making determinations on each and every account, essentially.
Okay. Are either of you familiar with the NMED proposed draft rules on ozone?
I have looked at each of the categories when we had our prep meetings with them. so I'm familiar with them.
Okay. I'm gonna refer to it's proposed section 20-2, not dash 20.2.50.22. It's standards for pneumatics controllers and pumps. And I'll just read B. So it's B3. Let's read B3B. Owners and operators of each pneumatic controller located at a well site, tank battery, gathering and boosting site, or transmission compressor station with access to electrical power shall ensure the pneumatic controller has a VOC emission rate of 0. If OCD added in a provision in this rule to convert controllers to instrument air or no bleed, would that be duplicative of NMED's proposed rule?
I think it does. As we were looking at this, and understand the difference between the 3 various type of pneumatic controllers. We put pneumatics separate because their use is typically on lease, and that natural gas is used for a function, so therefore beneficially used. Where with NMED, they're regulating emissions versus waste or beneficial use. So I see it a little bit different criteria on how the 2 different rules regulate.
Okay, thank you.
I would add to that a little bit that based on the reporting that we're getting for pneumatics, that if they are successful in that rule change, we would see the impacts from that rule in ours, and we would be able to evaluate those as well.
Okay. I think you talked a little bit about this a minute ago. Ms. Prenhouse asked the question about the stripper well removal of oil. You don't think that there is going to be sort of situations where the new language creates a loophole?
I don't.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't allow you to finish, Madam Chair.
I was just going to say for wells, I think his example was, that has 100 barrels of oil and 20 barrels, 20 MCF of gas. And now they're going to qualify as a stripper well under this rule when really their economics are okay. I guess maybe let me ask it this way. Are there situations where like a well could be producing thousands of barrels of oil or hundreds and really not and be producing gas under that 60 MCF level? Are there situations where it would be that kind of dramatic?
Yeah, so you're going to have cases, especially in the areas where you have your water floods, where you're going to, facilities, bringing in, several hundred wells will have oil production, probably, much greater than 100 barrels per day, but the gas oil ratio is so low, in those fields that the volume of gas is, too small to, really affect. And, really when we looked at it from a flare perspective and a meter perspective, we looked at it, more from a operational perspective as opposed to, an economic driver, because, typically on these, you're looking at, volume of, so that's why when I was directing to or on the witness with Ms. Pranas was that, looking at the three categories, in terms of, flare and meter design are specific to gas volume only, irrespective of what the oil volume is.
And just to add a little bit to that one as well, in New Mexico, we have some fields that probably produce little, if no gas in relation to the oil. So the AVOs that would be required in those circumstances, we're still requiring monthly AVOs on those, or we're requesting them. But as far as a weekly, as in detecting gas, they would provide no benefit because some of those wells are dead oil, is what they call it. So there's no gas associated with it. So there would be no benefit from a gas side of it to do weekly inspections in those cases.
So it's not only looking at the economic side, but also the practical operations side, that they have less, not ability, but potential to release gas. And so they're in the lower tier. Does that make sense? Sort of.
I think I would agree with that. There's less potential risk because of some of the lower gas volumes. There probably is some risk to them, as they talked about, on ones that do have a higher amount of associated gas where there could be some higher economics, but there would also be some that would have very little risk of gas because of the very low volumes of gas. And in those cases, you would probably be looking at extremely low pressures or low flows where metering may not even be practical anyway.
But what about estimation?
They would still estimate and they would still provide that in the reporting. So they wouldn't be exempt from any of the reporting categories in G2. It would just be more limited to the meter requirements, the flare upgrades, and the AVOs.
Okay. All right. I get, thank you. Thank you for walking me through that. All right. In F, 27F, and then I think it's 28G, is the measurement section. If I can find it. I thought it would be, what is it in the 28? Hold on. It's F in 27. It's
E.
What it's before, not after. So I guess I'm just curious about what the division's intent was here. So it seems, well, I could sort of almost read the language two ways in F2, where you're supposed to retrofit sites. Well, it sort of reads like basically you don't have to retrofit sites to, if it's a new site built with an authorized APD after the May 31st, then you would have to install meters, which I think makes a lot of sense because it sounds like from the testimony, it's easier to install when you're constructing. But I guess I'm just curious what the intent was, because in the midstream side, it looks like they have to retrofit. There's no timing. They just have to retrofit. But in the production, it looks like they don't have to retrofit. It's just going forward. I guess, could you just provide clarity on what the intent of the division was?
Okay, if I'll look at part 28, which is E2. And the intent on that was that most of the volumes coming in and out of the facilities of, natural gas gathering associated facilities is quite large. some metering is practical for there. Plus, as we talked about, one of the reasons why we modified the equation for calculating gas loss is because of the complexity within the system. As a matter of course, they're going to be doing that to understand what shrinkage and all that they've got. As far as Part 27, which is for wells and facilities, we're looking at the rule is based on requiring meters, on new facilities that meet, the volume threshold. Knowing that if the existing facilities and wells, if metering equipment is not already installed, then they're utilizing the state's GOR requirements to calculate GOR to calculate the volume of gas. And we've added, some language, in there, that was new from the prior that gives the division, the opportunity to look at that data, in addition to what's on the form to, convert, to look at for accuracy. And then we've also, modified the language in F7 that if the division determines that the GOR test is not sufficient, then the division may request metering be accomplished.
Okay, so basically the differences, recognize the differences in the operations and how they function, and so they're tailored to each.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. All right, now I have all the questions that are marked up on my rebuttal.
Madam Chair, we've been going about 2 hours since the last break. Should we take another break?
That's fine.
All right. Is 10 minutes, 4:45?
That's fine with me. Does that work for the witnesses and the court reporter?
That works for me. Thank you.
Works for me.
Okay.
Fine.
Let's come back from the break, please. Commissioner Engler?
Madam Hearing Officer, this is Tom Engler. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I actually have a question about how
On the
longer.
record? I'm sorry, do you want this on the record? Do you want this discussion on the record, Mr. Engler?
No. Take a break. My question is, how much longer are we going to go with this today? What else are we planning to do today? And what are our plans to do for next week?
Oh, excellent questions, Mr. Engler. When the commission is completed with its examination of the division panel, I was going to ask if the other parties wanted to propose that they be allowed to put on rebuttal of their own, make it clear that that was going to be a tough pitch, and then talk about a post-hearing process. We're just not quite there yet until Madam Chair is done with her questions of the panel.
Madam Hearing Officer, I'm sorry, Commissioner Engler.
Director Sandoval, how much more you got?
I'm hoping a lot of my notes on the rebuttal document will have been answered in the questions I just asked, maybe 20 minutes. But I think Commissioner Kessler has some questions too, and I think she was going to go before I finished out. Maybe 20 minutes to be conservative.
And this is Mr. Melander piping in here. I've supplied an order concerning the 21st and 22nd to contemplate either deliberation or additional rebuttal. If it sounds like there's going to be need for more, let me know as soon as possible so I can get that appropriately accommodated, please.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Melander. We're definitely not there yet.
Madam Hearing Officer,
Mr. Anderson.
the OCD will have about 10 minutes of redirect, and I think it's probably an honest 15 minutes. But
oh, righty. Commissioner Kessler, would you estimate the length of your question?
Probably about 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner Engler, ready to go back on the record?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
I think Commissioner Kessler is going to go before me, before I finish up, if that's okay.
Terrific. Commissioner Kessler.
Mr. Powell, I have one set of questions for you related to line 87 in the rebuttal exhibit, and it's the royalty reporting requirement. I wanted to know, what does the OCD contemplate happening if royalty owners are unlocatable?
So I'm not a real in-depth royalty expert, so I would ask that maybe Jim could help me out if I don't have information.
Sure. Yeah, please.
But I think we are trying to bring some of that subset down for some of the royalty owners that are in regular communication. But I would ask that maybe Jim could help me out on that one a little.
Thanks, Brandon. I think what we're thinking of there, Commissioner Kessler, is one of the first areas that we addressed was override royalty interest owners, knowing that it was more of a contract as opposed to a mineral interest owner. And we are aware that there are royalty interest owners that are unlocatable. And we also understand that when that's the case, most of these companies hold the royalty in reserve, or whatever word that is. And, we would ask that, part of that, if they're holding the reserve, that they're holding the data to provide them when they are, located. Even though we currently aren't, it's not spelled that way, but, I would, request that we have the language in there that allows that allowance when, they can't locate a royalty interest owner, that data be held for when they do.
That makes sense. I'm familiar with trying to get in touch with royalty owners and previously under the rule overriding royalty interest
Sorry,
owners.
Commissioner Kessler, this is Irene. That was a little bit garbled. Would you mind repeating?
Yes, and I'm going to turn off my video. Is that any better, Irene?
It is. Thank you.
Okay, great. Mr. Bolander, I'm familiar with the process of trying to get in touch with royalty owners and overriding royalty interest owners through the compulsory pooling process, where you're required to provide notice through certified mail and then publication if other information about addresses doesn't come to light. And just trying to think through how an operator could attempt to comply in good faith with the rule as it's currently written, but fall short of that if they're not able to find an interest owner or as various NMOGA witnesses opined, related to the contractual agreements that royalty owners fall under and operators, potential notification standards. So just trying to think through how an operator could comply with that. And I think it's a good suggestion to be able to hold that information if an interest owner is unlocatable, and making sure that language is in the regulation, I think is a really great idea.
Yeah, Brandon had mentioned that we're in the process of adding a few changes to that specific section as well. So adding, language that allows that, so an operator doesn't come out of compliance or, falls out of compliance for a reason that's beyond their control is definitely an addition that should take place.
What about Mr. Bolander spelling out in more detail what it means to submit information to the royalty owner? Do you contemplate certified mail? Do you contemplate an electronic report? Do you contemplate some kind of opt-in provision where a royalty owner is able to request information but not entitled to it? What other are any of those other changes contemplated?
As we've gone through this provision and worked as a team, we haven't come with a definitive answer on that. I do know that one example is royalty checks that go out, typically on their check stub, incorporate a lot of information, regarding disposition, of the oil and gas, taxes and such. That's an opportunity to provide that information on the check stub, as well as providing copies of C-115 or other methods. I know many companies on their website for royalty owners have a place where they can go and only have access, and that information can be provided there. The division hasn't finalized the methodology of how that would be, knowing that different companies, based on their various technologies that they utilize, may use different methods to convey the volumes of vented and flared gas, between, based on their size and or, how they're doing it today.
That makes good sense, and I look forward to seeing that updated provision. I think that you're the appropriate witness for my next two questions. There were a couple of sets of questions previously related to safety concerns related to liquids unloading and the need for a member of the operator's team to be on site while liquids unloading is occurring. Do you have an opinion about that?
Yeah, I think there's two components of an operator being on site during a liquid unloading event. One, dependent upon, if this is the first time he's unloaded this well or not, he doesn't, have a definitive time of when that well will become unloaded, capable of then being put back into the sales line. So if he is off location and that occurs, then now that well is now venting and capable of being placed to sales. So therefore, in this case, you've got excess venting that could go on for, any period of time. And even in wells where, that manual unloading occurs on a regular basis, it doesn't always happen on the estimated time. It's average. He may know that this well unloads on average in a 2-hour time period, but it could be an hour and a half. So therefore you got 30 minutes of excess venting, and based in the volume that the well normally produces on a daily basis, and that becomes excess venting that's occurring that should be placed down the sales line. As far as safety, reasons, and in most cases, wells that are being unloaded, you have a good understanding of your well pressure, what your bottom hole pressure is estimated, what rates are coming back. But, there's always a risk in any operation that we do of safety. And, having that person on location to be able to react while on location, as opposed to not knowing what's actually happening, is another, benefit of being on location during the unloading event.
My last question is also a safety related question. Yesterday there was I can't remember if it was a witness or counsel indicated that industry concerns for safety were essentially overblown with respect to green completions, as in industry was using safety concerns as a reason to not want to perform green completions. Do you have an opinion on that?
Yes, actually, that was probably in concern to my original testimony back. I can't even remember what day my direct testimony was, citing the safety concerns during the initial flowback period. And, my concern there, and tried to highlight that this afternoon, was during that initial flowback stage, depending on the type of well, there could be issues with overpressurization of the tanks due to the high liquid volumes, coming back. So that observation was from me, not from industry.
I appreciate that. Those are all my questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Kessler. Madam Chair.
Okay. This is maybe a dumb question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. In the definition of emergency, 7G6, so it's line 8 of the rebuttal testimony. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. The last line says, notably, OCD's definition of emergency allows 3 emergencies in 60 days, which is more generous than BLM's definition of 30 days. So does BLM's definition say 3 emergencies in 30 days?
There's,
or do you know?
Their language is 3 or more emergencies within the past 30 days. And ours is 3 or more within 60. So, Mr. Feldowert was correct that so the third emergency is the catch point. So really you're allowed 2, and the third for both OCD and BLM is 3. At the point of 3, that's when the exception goes away.
But okay, maybe I'm thinking about this wrong, and I don't know why this is catching me, but okay, if you get 3 emergencies, let's just say it's 3. I know, I think the point made earlier was it's 2. Let's just go with 3 at the moment. If you have 3, you're allowed 3 emergencies in 60 days. Wouldn't that actually be less generous than 3 emergencies in 30 days? Because if you get 3 emergencies every 30 days, in 60 days, you would get 6 emergencies, whereas this is 3, right? Am I thinking about this wrong?
No, this is Brandon. I think I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I see where you're
actually
headed.
more restrictive.
Right. Okay, so it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I just I really struggled with that one today and felt a little silly. All right. Thank you.
Been a long process in trying to do math sometimes.
And I suspect you were doing this at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. So understandable. I just wanted to confirm that. All right. So line 41. I think this is a NMOGA recommendation. It's about designing facilities, I think, for maximum anticipated throughput. NMOGA wants to strike maximum. I mean, in facility design, if flowback, I mean, that's going to be your highest. It's likely always going to be your highest, right?
Correct.
So how do you design the facility if not for that volume?
That's I think the point of our language in 8E1 is, we address it for completion and production separation. And if you're using, for example, rental, completion equipment, or you have your own completion equipment that you move from well to well, the idea is that it be designed for maximum capacity. And the reason being is that will reduce the length of that initial flowback period of being able to separate the gas. Many companies today are flowing wells back through their production separation equipment. And if they design for the, anticipated rates that would be, from a production standpoint, they would be much lower than what they would experience during flowback, yet they're performing that process of flowback with their production equipment. So they should be designed to, take advantage and, ability to put wells to sale as soon as quick as possible. Because the additional gas, that's recovered during this operation, at least, from my experience at Southwestern Energy, predominantly from gas wells, that we were able to capture gas that would pay for the upsizing of the separators, and then even at later life, that additional production paid for changing them out if we deemed it necessary to a smaller separator.
Okay. Thank you. I think it's actually the very next line. I turned to the the rule. In the rule, it's E27 8E2. It's the equipping a storage tank with auto gauging performance standard. I am trying to find my, so Mr. Smitherin talked about how purchasers like, quote, tried and true methodologies and may not allow manual gauging. Do you, and then we have not heard any, I have not heard any other testimony on this. And I believe Namoga wants to strike the entire provision. I guess I'm just wondering, do you have any additional information on that?
I can't speak for, all companies or, oil purchasers and what their requirements are in terms of that to speak from that standpoint. The use of a auto gauging system, could be, multiple technologies, including, a simple float in the well that estimate, that gives you the volume, the rise of fluid in there to be able to estimate or calculate, based on the size of your tank, the volume produced that day. But if an operator is going to that tank on a daily basis and measuring oil volume, and he's able to do it using an automatic gauging system, and he does that 5 times a week, and on day 6, he's required to manually gauge it, well, that's 5 days he didn't have to open up that thief hatch. Only one time when oil was being pulled. So even in that case, it doesn't preclude you from manual gauging, but it does allow you to auto gauge when you most frequently check oil volumes.
Okay, I think that's a good clarification. So just to make sure I understand, if they, for example, the purchaser needed or required the manual gauging, they could do that, but that would be a one-off versus, maybe every other time that somebody's got to gauge that tank.
Correct.
Okay, and it doesn't preclude you from opening. No. Okay.
No, not looking at some of the technologies that I've looked at.
What about, so in 2, it says the operator of a permanent storage tank associated with production operations that is routed to a flare control device. Why is it just tanks that are routed to a flare control device? Is that like the only way it works?
No, we were looking at, in terms of opening, thief hatches, that tanks that were routed to a device had more emissions, that they were releasing. Tanks that are not, that are, basically operated under a couple of ounces of pressure, and pressure is released, through, simple Nardo type vent valves. Through my research and visiting with some of the research firms or engineering firms on modeling, they saw very little difference what was released through a vent valve versus a gauging exercise. So based on that, you were still going to have the same emissions. So that's why we felt like the best bang for your buck for installing the auto gauger would be to prevent any losses on tanks that we knew had excess flashing going on.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. Line 60. Is the new proposed language intended to go at like the end of that, of F7?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, new 8.5. Yeah, that's our kind of probably 10 o'clock last night early proposal.
Okay. And then my other question is, it was, oh God, gotta switch sheets here. I believe it was, oh gosh, I can't remember again which one it was. Said that the heating value, maybe it was Mr. Greaves, said that the heating value was unnecessary in F6. Do you agree with that or have an opinion on that?
I don't have an opinion. One of the areas that we were looking at and trying to strengthen this, this was language that is actually in BLM language in their 3170 series on measurement, where they require operators to have that information available if the BLM requires submittal of that information. So we're just trying to be, in this case, consistent with BLM language relative to Rule 3170. And unfortunately, I didn't copy that out. Oh, yes, I did. Hold on a second. It would be Rule 3179.301 B2.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. Okay. Line 79. So sort of in the middle of there's a statement, OCC has the authority to require reporting in order to further its objective of preventing waste, both in the present example to obtain relevant information regarding the scope of venting and flaring, and in the future example, venting and flaring become waste as capture technologies become available. I guess, is there somebody who could elaborate on what that is intending to mean?
The intent there, and I think a good example on that would be our requirement, not specifically in this section, but on the reporting of pneumatics, is as we gather data on pneumatics within the state, if we see areas of concern, that becomes, future ability to regulate. I think probably in this section we were trying to capture all of our thoughts around all of these reporting categories as being finite to individual categories within the reporting section.
Okay.
This is Brandon. I got a little bit more to add. I think this also touches on when I was responding to Mr. Felderworth, that the normal operations, if they become excessive, then become waste. So if we find things that are becoming excessive through new technologies and we deem that to be waste, then we can include that in this rule.
In the future?
In the future, yes.
Okay, understood. One thing that actually was not I don't think on the spreadsheet, maybe I missed it. So in 27.9B, yeah, 27.9B, I think NMOGA proposed February 28th as opposed to February 15th. Does the division have any sort of thoughts on that? I think NMOGA said something along the lines of they wanted a little bit of time after February 5th, after they turn in their C-115B to wrap it up, maybe.
I think that's just to give a little bit of accounting time at the first of the year. I don't know that that would be crucial to us between those two dates because it's just on the first part of each year.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with Brandon on that. I don't think there's any 15 days is not going to make a difference there on how we evaluate.
Okay. That's good information. All right, so that's all of mine in 27. Let's go to 28. Line 19. So the response on line 19 was OCD expects that operators will route saleable gas into a pipeline whenever possible. I guess my question is, are they actually going to? Do we really expect them to? I mean, is there a chance like they won't? And that's something we need to clarify.
I think here, in our language, we did not include this requirement. And I think for the reason, that if it's possible, it gets back, I think, Madam Chair, when I, mentioned that our goal in designing our regulations were to be more performance-based, using 98% capture rate. And, for many companies to reach that, they will require doing techniques such as routing gas to a pipeline when possible, utilize other actions such as pump down and other techniques to meet their requirement. So we wanted to leave the overall rule more performance-based as opposed to being prescription, but obviously, this is an area that is an opportunity for midstream operators to reduce their volume of venting and flared gas.
Okay. The next one is actually the next line. And I don't actually remember any testimony on this. Maybe I just am overwhelmed with so much testimony. And I'm not actually seeing it in MED. NOMOGA's proposal, it says reduce inspection frequency from weekly to monthly and exempt production equipment at sites. Oh, I'm reading that differently than I think that's coming across. Never mind. Scratch that. I can't read. Reading is hard today. I think my last, well, let's see. Yeah, my last question is on 28. It's line 50. I just wonder if you have any additional perspectives on 10A, that sort of section that requires the consolidation of companies. I don't know, we saw the sheets and sheets and sheets of companies or smaller companies that roll up to the larger parent company. I just wonder if you have any additional information you could provide on that and the division's thoughts.
We saw the proposal, from NOMOGA on this, and in our original October draft, this was not even contemplated, on affiliates, and their recommendation was to allow either or reporting on an affiliated basis or not, and either in our lack of wanting to be consistent, we thought it would be better to choose one option over the other. thinking from a more of a clarity perspective. But, if there are, reasons to report, separately, I don't think, there could be, as long as it can be accounted for, it would make sense, because if they did want to report separately, then each of those entities would have to meet 98%. Where we were thinking of more of a, go one route over an auction.
I guess go ahead, Brandon. I'm sorry, Mr.
Sorry.
Powell.
I think to add a little bit more to that, I think currently right now it's the parent companies that report on the C-141s for any gas releases, those kind of things. So the intent was more of a parent company actually providing that data and being responsible for it.
Okay. I mean, I guess from the division's perspective, or I mean, could you see any like logistical issues from the division if it had 50 people reporting versus one, and like how that data would roll up, or not really?
I potentially, just based on my history, could see that. Each company in our system used to get, say, a separate OGRID number. And at one time, I think we had, 20 different El Paso OGRID numbers. So it was really hard to identify which OGRID was the current OGRID. And I think it makes it really tough when you have a bunch of different operators all named relatively the same, of getting that information across, the accounting going to the right place. And then if you have a poor performing area, I guess my fear would be putting them under an affiliated operator to separate it out from the rest of the system.
Okay. I think I asked this question of Mr. Kraft. Would this also, if an operator chose to report under its sub companies, not the parent company, would that also impact the GIS mapping that the division would get under 9? And I guess I'm sort of wondering if it would then be a situation where, like, I don't know, you get one compressor station in a pipeline on one GIS and then another over here, and like it's got a puzzle together. Okay, I'm not speaking very well. I'm sorry. If they reported by each affiliate, would that also roll down to other parts of the rule, like the GIS?
I haven't looked at that specifically, but that would be I would have that fear, because you'd be looking at pieces of the puzzle instead of the whole puzzle. So again, it would be harder for us to track down who might be responsible or who could respond in those emergency situations.
Okay. I think that was my last question. Thank you. Thank you to both of you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Ames, you said you have some follow-up.
I do. Just a few questions, Brandon and Jim. Jim, question for Jim. Brandon was asked if the OCD proposed to exclude overriding royalty interest owners from the royalty reporting requirement because overriding royalty interest owners were difficult to notify. Did you hear any other testimony during the past few days that supports exempting overriding royalty interest owners from the reporting requirement?
I think here, to clarify on overriding royalty interest owners, that would not fall into the category of difficult to contact. That would be some of the mineral interest owners, and which have lost contact with the operators, and that's one of the questions that Commissioner Kessler brought up. Most override royalty interest owners are through a contract with the operator or the working interest owner himself. So in that case, I wouldn't see that as less of a contact, but less than a mineral interest owner who has interest in the minerals themselves. It's more of a transactional ownership as opposed to a mineral ownership.
Do overriding royalty interest owners have correlative rights?
No, not that I'm aware. Not that that was too emphatic of an answer. Not that I'm aware of.
Brandon, you were asked about Welk's proposal to auto-deny APDs if an operator is out of compliance. Can you tell us how long it might be before a operator spuds a well? Well, let me ask that differently. How long before an operator spuds a well does it start planning to drill that well?
It could be years ahead. We've had APDs after extension, the initial APD and subsequent extensions be 2-3 years out, roughly.
What can you tell us about drilling schedules, for instance?
What they do is they get their APDs approved. Once they have a package of APDs approved, typically then they would go out and look at getting a rig and a drilling schedule, so then they could start drilling on a package of wells, because a lot of times it's not economic to pull a drilling rig out for a single well and then send it back up to a yard. So they would want a volume of APDs to start working through a field.
Would it be, do these companies plan their capital investments ahead of time then?
I have not been directly involved, but I've been told that they plan it a year to 2 years ahead at times, depending on the field.
So let's consider an example, like for instance, an operator submits an APD in March of a particular year, but the operator is currently out of compliance, but it has a plan to come into compliance within 4 to 5 months. The OCD would review that plan, I assume?
That would be correct.
And assume that the OCD agrees with that operator. Under Welk's proposal, would OCD be required to deny the APD?
Under their proposal, yes, it would be required to be denied.
What effect do you think it would have on development and investment decisions in the oil and gas industry in New Mexico if OCD denied APDs again and again because an operator was out of compliance?
I think operators would probably look negatively on that investment. And in addition to that, I think it would also create an additional burden on the division as well, if the division has to keep continuing auto denying it after they review it, because that's something I don't know that we could automate. So we would be reviewing each and every one of those APDs and then denying it, and then we would have to re-review the submittals as they come in.
Turning to a different topic, section part 2795, you were asked to agree, Brandon, that an operator should be required to select 1 out of 9 alternative beneficial uses for its venting and flaring plan. Is that right? Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Would OCD approve an APD if that venting and flaring plan is not adequate?
No, we would not.
Would the OCD put a condition in the on the APD to ensure that the operator actually followed through on that venting and flaring plan?
Yes, we would.
If an operator selects one of the 9 beneficial uses, but then changes its mind somewhere down the line and wants to use a different one, would that be okay?
Yeah, that'd be fine, because it would still meet the intent of that provision.
Could adding select into section 95 be construed to limit the division's ability to condition the APD?
I would believe so, because they would be locked into whatever they selected without additional submittals.
So are you saying that adding the word select could make it difficult for the operator to change uses, one beneficial use to another?
I would say so, because one of the rules that we have for enforcement says that an operator has to follow every provision in a permit that's authorized. So if they selected one and then used another one, they wouldn't be following that provision. And we haven't built a ramp, I guess, to say to select another provision. So there's not an avenue to make a separate selection from that list.
Okay, thank you. A couple questions for Jim. Jim, I'm looking at 8F5. This is the provision regarding estimation methods. My question for you is there such a thing as a perfect estimation method?
Probably sounds like a loaded question, but you know, I mean, a calculation is based on, you know, either mathematic formula that is based on empirical data in most cases, and you know, is it as good as a physical measurement? No, but can it be replicated and used for data acquisition? Yes.
Can an operator, in your opinion, can an operator obtain all the data that OCD is requesting in this rule reliably and with reasonable accuracy?
Yes, with the caveat from my testimony with Madam Chair regarding the data around downhole operations where that information requirements, some of the estimation methods, their, I guess, accuracy methods or accuracy bar is pretty high.
Does OCD's proposal, OCD's rule in section 8F5 allow the operator to select the estimation method?
Yes.
Does that provision allow the operator to use any method as long as it's verifiable?
Yes.
If an operator has to estimate and report volumes, does it have an incentive to innovate and develop better methods?
Yes. I mean, from a sense of accurately reporting, you know, when looking at what this rule is about is minimizing and eliminating waste, and if you know, technology allows for better results, that then allows the operator to affect the way it operates to actually capture that from a sellable perspective, then you know he has a benefit to do so.
Thank you. Thank you both. Nothing further. Madam Hearing Officer, I'd ask that these witnesses be excused.
All right. Is there any reason not to excuse the division rebuttal panel? Oh, all right. Thank you, gentlemen. You're excused. At this time, I'd like to turn to a discussion of rebuttal by others, and hope we have all counsel handy. Let me say, I think you have two challenges when it comes to proposing rebuttal. One is the challenge of identifying what is new in the division's rebuttal that you would want to address. And the other is identifying, describing the new evidence you would want to present that would address that new information or adjustment to the rules. Otherwise, let me suggest to you that if it would be a matter of saying, well, they didn't adjust the rules in the way we proposed that they adjusted it, and we want to emphasize the evidence that we put on 3 days ago, that's not appropriate rebuttal. Let me assure you that although we'll have this discussion next, you will have an opportunity, a brief opportunity, but an opportunity to put your closing thoughts into writing. So let me hear if folks need a short break to confer among themselves, we can take it. Otherwise, let me hear from you in order. Mr. Feldward or Mr. Rankin?
Oh, Madam Hearing Officer, in light of the testimony today from Mr. Bollinger related to for the first time, 2 exhibits in which he characterized the studies that are referenced in there, and in our opinion, mischaracterized some of those. We have a witness who is very familiar with those studies, David Greaves, and we would like an opportunity to present Mr. Greaves for a very short period of time to discuss the issue of whether those studies that Mr. Bolander referenced can actually be utilized in the manner in which he suggested.
Is that something you would be prepared to do tonight, or can you estimate the amount of time you believe that testimony would take?
I know when I checked about an hour ago, we were in a position where we could present that testimony as at the time needed, which included tonight. I would need to double check, but that's still a possibility, I would believe.
Thank you.
Hearing officer.
Ms. Fox.
On that point, I'm a little confused because rebuttal is intended to rebut the direct case. It's provided for in the rules if appropriate rebuttal. There's no provision to rebut rebuttal, which is what Mr. Felderwert is proposing. And so I guess I object to rebutting rebuttal. And that said, Climate Advocates has 5 minutes of true rebuttal to the direct cases that we heard that is indisputably new evidence. It will not be repetitious. And I've already provided the 2 exhibits that we would like to introduce to council.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fox. It had been my understanding that the parties other than the division were including rebuttal to the direct case as they went along. I know I encouraged it, but maybe I misunderstood.
We said we would try, but we didn't promise that we would do that. So we do have 5 minutes worth of rebuttal. We never made that guarantee.
All right, thank you. Mr. Birnoff? We may have lost Mr. Birnoff. Mr. Birnoff? No. Ms. Paranos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. EDF already presented its rebuttal testimony. We have no further testimony.
Thank you very much for that. Madam Chair, it sounds as though we
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Felford, are you wanting to put on rebuttal for OCD Exhibit 40? But the information that Mr. Bolander characterized in OCD Exhibit 40, is that what you're talking about?
The information that he discussed for the first time today, I think there was 2 exhibits, as I recall, that he referenced.
But they were already exhibits, correct?
They were exhibits that were not utilized or addressed by the division in any fashion, either in their pre-hearing filings or in their direct case. It was utilized for the first time, as you know, this afternoon, in an effort to suggest that there is a reliable way to estimate the volumes coming from from manual liquids unloading and what was it? And uncontrolled tanks. It's the first time we heard that.
Was it already exhibited? Was it already put into evidence, or was there a motion to put it into evidence already?
Madam Hearing Officer, all of OCD's exhibits filed on December 17th were admitted into the record.
Right. So, Madam Chair, I believe Mr. Felderwert's point is not that it's a new exhibit, but that they heard new testimony on the basis of that exhibit.
Okay.
It sounds as though what Mr. Felderwert is describing would be 10 minutes or less, and what Ms. Fox is describing would be 10 minutes or less.
Okay.
So my proposal would be that we do that tonight. that would allow us truly to have a post process that I think would not be inhumane. So
Sounds good. Thank you.
Just, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. 6 o'clock, I'm out of here. So 10 minutes and 10 minutes is 20. Council, please hold to that.
Do we need to talk about the process afterwards, though?
Well, sure, but I can write an email to Mr. Engler about that.
Okay.
All right.
Madam
So,
Hearing Officer, I just checked. We are ready to go with David Greaves, the witness we intend to call.
sure, thank you. If you would bring him up on the screen and remind him that he is still under oath.
I think he is on. I'm hoping he is admitted as a panelist, as well as Adam Rankin, who will be presenting the testimony.
All right, thank you.
Dylan, did you hear that we need to make David Greaves a panelist, please?
Yes, Madam Commissioner, I'm on it.
Thank you.
David Greaves is now a panelist, and who shall I pass the presenter powers to, or is that necessary?
Either Mr. Rankin or Mr. Greaves. Let's let Mr. Rankin tell us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cross. Me, please. Thank you.
Mr. Rankin, the privileges should be passed to you at this point.
Thank you very much. Madam Hearing Officer, may I proceed?
Yes, please. Thank you.
I just want to make sure we have Mr. Greaves on. Do you see him? I haven't seen him or heard him yet. I just want to make sure. Okay.
I can see him.
I'm here.
All right. Hi, David. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening.
Mr. Greaves, you were present for the testimony today from Mr. Bolander regarding line item number 79 on NMOCD's rebuttal exhibit for OCC.
Yes.
And in particular, you heard Mr. Bolander's testimony regarding NMOGA's proposal to delete certain categories from the rule under provision 8G2F.
Yes, heard that.
And in particular, his testimony regarding the emissions estimation methodologies relating to uncontrolled tanks.
Yes.
And you also heard the questions presented to him on cross-examination and from the commission on this topic.
Yes, I heard those.
Okay, great. So just want to make sure we have you oriented and know your background. Now I'm going to put up on my screen here what I had discussed with Mr. Bolander previously, and that he had previously referenced in his direct testimony or his rebuttal testimony on OCD Exhibit 45. Let me know when you can see it.
Yes, I can see that.
Now, Mr. Greaves, you heard Mr. Bolander's testimony regarding the capabilities of these various software programs and then this estimation methodology. Will you please give us your response and particular concerns regarding the capabilities of these software programs for the purposes that he testified about?
Yeah, so I think it's really important to read the sentence highlighted in yellow there, the top one. Partners can calculate flashing, working, and standing emissions from liquid transfer to storage tanks with equation state programs. So I wanted to clarify there that equation of state programs are not necessarily programs that can be used to calculate working and standing losses. So for instance, I'm very familiar with HYSYS and have used Aspen for many years, both in college and then in my previous job and current job. And HYSYS is a thermodynamics software package. What that means is that it uses the composition of the fluid stream that you have combined with your operating conditions and the history of the separation vessels that you go through. And based upon that, sorry, the vacuum's running outside my office here. Hopefully you can hear me. Based upon that information, it does equilibrium calculations, thermodynamic equilibrium calculations. So it's based upon assuming equilibrium, which oftentimes we're not at equilibrium, as I had said in my testimony, but it's also not based upon all the operating history of your tanks, which when you're doing working and standing emissions, those are operational considerations. Thermal expansion in the tanks and accounting for the emissivity on the tanks and the radiation is part of a thermal calculation. That's not part of a thermodynamics equation of state calculation. Equations of state are also very complicated. They have lots of inputs related to the composition that you have, and it's very easy to get a very different answer with your equation of state because equations of state rely on all these factors about how the different molecules interact with each other, called binary interaction parameters, and how you build your fluid model. And so to think that everyone will, one, be able to use HYSYS is incorrect. It's very difficult to use and requires a significant amount of training and good quality data. And also, HYSYS was not built to use for working and standing emissions. It's not a tool that can calculate that. It'll calculate the flash as accurately as the moment that you put in the data. So as accurate as good as you make the model and as good as you know the pressure and temperature for that precise moment, but not for the whole range of operating conditions that you're going to experience over a reporting period for production accounting.
So what's the problem with that distinction that it's able to do one thing but not the other based on the operation conditions for purposes of monthly production accounting?
Well, for one thing, it makes me a little nervous about reporting this document as proof that you can go accurately estimate these calculations as a sentence like that simply is not true. HYSYS does not have this capability, so that makes me nervous about this. Vasquez-Beggs is similarly a flash calculation, and that's well known. You can go to TCQ website and read about that if you'd like and see that it's for flash. It's not for working and standing. So right away, it makes me nervous about trusting a document like that doesn't understand it. But it's important to note there was a lot of discussion today around, well, these programs are good enough, right? The calculation methodologies are good enough. And you use them for design and for permitting. And it's really important to understand that what's used for design and permitting is very different than what happens necessarily in reality. In design, you want to design for the worst case. Same with permitting. You want to design for peak. And so when you go into this design effort, API 2000, which is the common document used to design for a pressure vacuum relief valve, that document is meant to get you at the peak condition you could experience of working in thermal losses. It does that so you don't undersize your relief valve in your piping. So while it does work for design, design is not what happens in reality intentionally. As an engineer, you put design factors on things so that you have safety margins. It doesn't mean that the calculations are bad. It just means that they keep you safe and help you properly size your equipment.
Okay. So with these models, then potentially, depending on the inputs, result in a wide range of outputs.
Yes. So as I had said before, the range is significant. I was looking at data today to better understand phase envelopes, and based upon how you build your model in HYSYS, if you use what are called if you use components versus if you use something called fractions, you get very different phase envelopes, and those different phase envelopes then give you very different flash estimations. And so while they can give you a number, it's a number, right? So you can go and report a number, but the real challenge here is not the ability to report a number. It's not the challenge of, well, you've given us the flexibility of using any estimation method you want. It's that whatever estimation method you want will create a number that is then used against the gas capture calculation. And so it's the impact of that number. So yes, you can create a number, but is that an appropriate number? And is that a number that you're willing to live with against your gas capture calculation versus reporting a number that lets people see an estimation?
So to your point, it's a number, and is that number may be capable of verification by an independent third party because you know the methodology and the inputs, so it can be verified, correct?
Yes, you could definitely verify the number and the approach taken, and many people can take many approaches.
But is that number necessarily an accurate representation of the actual volumes associated with that uncontrolled tank?
No, and I think that's one of the most important things as you read the EPA literature, AP 42 document. Probably as you read this document, I think I saw it in there, though I haven't reread it again since I read earlier today, is that a lot of these approaches are good for an average, particularly good for an annual average. So that's why they work for EPA calculations, but they will specifically say that they're not accurate for an individual moment. And so when we look at production accounting, we're looking at an individual operator, an individual moment, an individual finite time in space. And in those short periods, there's language in there about how short periods, it's not appropriate for a short range period. Yeah.
Such as monthly reporting.
Yes, exactly. Because it uses, you look at, it uses this averaging approach for temperature, which is not accurate for any sort of given month or any sort of given day where you might have wide temperature swings, which will really impact your thermal effects within that tank.
Now, is NMOGA questioning the use of these methodologies, these software packages, for purposes of estimating emissions for air permitting?
No.
For designing these facilities?
No.
It's just a concern about the monthly production accounting purposes, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Madam Hearing Officer, I have no further questions. Well, let me just ask Mr. Greaves, in terms of your response, is there anything else that you want to say on this topic that I didn't ask you about?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify for Madam Chair an answer about nitrogen blanket. She had asked about nitrogen blanket. Nitrogen blanket is very different than a produced gas blanket. So I can't speak for all operators, but I've more commonly seen produced gas blankets in the Delaware than nitrogen blankets. Nitrogen would require some sort of nitrogen generation unit. But also nitrogen blankets don't affect the emissions per se, the emissions calculation, because they're not a greenhouse gas in the calculations, but also because nitrogen is an inert. It doesn't impact the flash that's happening really because of the thermodynamics. So it would be a separate component that really doesn't change the flash. It's when you use produced gas that you see those changes. The other thing to remember with nitrogen is that nitrogen has contractual limits as well. So there's very common numbers you might see are 2% nitrogen for your gas sales. So if you go put a nitrogen blanket on there, it may push you outside of that. The other thing with nitrogen, while it won't change the emissions, it does change the rate you could see. So on a volumetric basis, you could see a higher rate. You put in a nitrogen blanket and then it expels out with temperature. It'll change your volumetric rate, which is what we're talking about today, not the flash calculations, which is what I believe you were discussing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Greaves. Madam Hearing Officer, I have no further questions for Mr. Greaves and pass him for questioning.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Engler, let me ask you first, in the event we lose you first, do you have questions of Mr. Greaves?
No, anyone who's going to have 5 more kids, I'm not going to ask any more questions.
All right, thank you very much.
5 more who want me to come home, but I told them I was running a little late today.
Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Mr. Greaves?
No questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Biernoff, if you've rejoined us, do you have questions of Mr. Greaves? Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. We have 2 exhibits from OCD's website that we would like to get admitted into evidence. And if I must say that I did offer for counsel that we would just submit these into evidence without a witness. Mr. Ames.
Ms. Fox, I'm sorry, you've jumped ahead. I was just asking if you had questions of Mr. Greaves.
No.
All right, great.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I have no questions.
All right, thank you. I'm not sure if Commissioner Kessler is still with us. Maybe not. Madam Chair.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Terrific. Mr. Greaves, you're actually excused again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fox, now you're up.
That was an embarrassing moment. Let's see, Mr. Rosecross, can you switch Tom Singer over from the public view to the panelist view? We have two documents from OCD's website that we would like admitted into evidence, and I do have to say that we tried to do that without a witness to save time, but Mr. Ames objected to these two documents that are coming in from the OCD website, so we will put on a witness to introduce them as soon as Mr. Singer is on. And
Ms. Fox, if I may interject. No, Ms. Fox, if I did not object. I did not object.
All right.
For the record.
Thank you, Mr.
I'll be quick.
May we just put these two records in without, council has seen them without a witness? Well, we're willing to do that to save time.
In that case, I will object because they lack foundation. So go ahead.
Okay.
All right.
That's what I was asking. Okay. Let's see, Mr. Rosecross, may I have sharing ability, please?
And Dr. Singer, you're still under oath.
Thank you, Ms. Orth.
Let me put these two documents.
Dr. Engler, Ms. Orth, may I address Dr. Engler for a second?
Who was speaking?
It's Tom Singer.
Oh, all right. Dr. Singer?
I just want to let Dr. Engler know that I'm introducing data, which I know that he's a data guy and enjoys data. So if he can hang in for moments, I just have very few things to say, but I'd hate to have him run out the door.
You've got time. I'll listen. I'm here.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, council have these. So I am going to move through these. These are from the OCD websites. This is the title from the OCD website, stripper gas wells.
Tanis, I'll ask for when I'm ready. Can I do that?
Hold on, Tom. Stripper gas wells summary is proposed exhibit 33. Stripper oil wells summary proposed exhibit 34. Looks like this, just to orient the commissioners because they don't have the benefit of these exhibits right now, and neither does the hearing officer. Okay, so Dr. Singer, what are these two documents?
These documents are summaries of the number of stripper wells currently producing or operating in New Mexico, sorted by operator. Sorted by operator.
And where are these documents found?
They are on the OCD website statistics page.
And what do you know about how these documents were developed?
The source documents are Excel spreadsheets that identify 14,768 stripper gas wells by operator, well number, operator, production, number of days producing. And then similarly, the oil Excel file has 15,074 oil wells, again with barrels of production and the days of production. So it's OCD, apparently OCD's classification of wells as stripper wells, and then the number of those wells, and then they roll those up by operator. So that the data there is number of wells.
And as far as you know, were these two data sets developed by OCD staff?
Correct. As far as I know, yes.
As far as you know, who developed these two sets of data?
I do not know.
Dr. Singer, you've heard testimony that implies that stripper wells are essentially operated by small operators operating at the margin. Correct?
I don't want to testify to that. I know that that there has been discussion of exemptions for stripper wells, and I'm also aware that there's a common assumption discussion of stripper wells being associated with particular kinds of operators. But I don't recall hearing specifically that all stripper wells are operated by small operators in this case.
And what's the assumption that you just referred to?
In this case, and in the media, and in generally in conversations or publications or media coverage of stripper wells, they are often associated with small operators or mom and pop operators. And I think we've heard that in testimony in this case, in this hearing.
And do these documents, and what do these documents say to that assumption?
Well, I have some prepared remarks. I think it might be better if I follow my train of thought. Can I do that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, again, there's been some testimony in the hearing about differential treatment for stripper wells for several provisions of the rule. I won't go into them. And again, OCD provides information on stripper wells on its website statistics page. And I think this is going to be particularly useful for the commissioners as they deliberate these exceptions for these kinds of wells. There are two tables, again, one for gas wells. And Dennis, let's have the gas well up now, and then one for oil wells. And if you just start looking, and you can leave just the first page, these distributions are so dramatically skewed that you get kind of the message from the first page of a multi-page table that this information addresses what I believe is a widely held assumption that stripper wells are primarily associated with small operators or mom and pop operators. And Tannis, you can go to the next slide. Go down to the oil. The oil stripper wells are not as dramatically skewed distribution, but they're pretty darn well. And you see what a long tail these distributions have, a very long tail. And so clearly, these distributions are skewed with long tails. And so I can't today walk through these tables and classify each operator by size or some other financial capacity category. But of course, some of these names on these first pages are quite familiar and more familiar than others. And the data does indicate, and here's the punchline, the data indicates how the benefits of any stripper well exemption is going to be distributed among New Mexico operators. And therefore, I thought it was important for the commissioners to have this data when they deliberate these stripper exemptions. And that concludes my rebuttal testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Move admission of Climate Advocates Exhibits 33 and 34.
Let me pause a moment in the event there are objections. Exhibits 33 and 34 are admitted.
That's all we have, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fox. Commissioner Engler, let me turn to you first. Do you have questions of Dr. Singer?
Yeah, I do. I'll do some clarification for you. First off, stripper well is a definition of a type of well. I don't believe it was necessarily defined as a large versus small operator or mom and pop. I would submit to you that if you look at your numbers, like Hillcorp, who has, as you saw, a substantial number of stripper wells, they also have a substantial number of non-stripper wells. But if you take a mom and pop company like Dugan, which was on your list, you'll notice that they have 700 gas stripper wells and they probably only operate 800. So there is a difference in the percentage of a mom and pop versus some of the more higher well-named numbers. So I appreciate what you're saying. There's a lot more information there that could be done, but please keep in mind that the stripper well is a definition of a particular well, and so that's all I'm going to say.
May I respond to that?
If you would, please, Dr. Singer.
I agree with you, and I think that it just goes to the notion that any exemption really ought to be as fine-tuned as possible to address the problems that the commission is concerned with, and that there is some data, there's a start in the data in this table to craft exemptions that solve the problem and don't create other problems. So thank you for that clarification, Dr. Engler. I appreciate that.
And we'll do what we can we'll craft what we do.
Thank you, Commissioner Engler. Let me see, Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Dr. Singer?
No, I don't. Thank you.
All right. Let's see, Mr. Biernoff may not be on. It is Ms. Fox, Ms. Paranos.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. No questions.
And I managed to skip Mr. Rankin. I'm sorry, Mr. Rankin. All right. I see that you're still with us.
Oh, yeah. No questions for Mr. Singer. Or thank you, Dr. Singer.
Thank you. Let's see. I don't see Commissioner Kessler. Madam Chair, do you have questions of Dr. Singer?
I just have one question. Dr. Singer, were you around for the rebuttal today?
Yes, I heard. Well, highly distracted, but yes, writing across and scrambling. But yes, I was on the hearing all day today.
Did you hear Mr. Powell and Mr. Bolander say that the definition was tailored not only to take into account things like potentially economics, but also the potential of a well to cause gas release or have gas releases?
I vaguely recall that testimony, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Fox, any follow-up?
No, Madam Hearing Officer.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Singer, you're excused again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else before we discuss the post-hearing process and call this the completion of the evidentiary record?
I guess I just want to ask maybe Dr. Engler before you step away, would this, you said the conclusion of the, what was, say it again, sorry, I'm sorry. Ms. Orth, I just want to make sure that before we close the record, that Dr. Engler feels like he has the information he needs to make, you know, any sort of types of decisions, and that we don't need to recall any additional witnesses to provide you with more information.
I don't need that.
Okay, because once we close the record, we can't reopen it.
Understood.
Okay.
And this is Chris, just a point that I believe the hearing officer said the evidentiary record, that, just for clarification, I'm not clear if that would mean there could be some pleadings, which would be the record proper or the complete record. So I just want to make sure we're clear on what would get closed versus what may not. I know it's nitpicky, but we want to get that right.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Molander. Yeah, I consider the evidentiary record to be the sort of thing we do in a hearing with the testimony and the exhibits, and that would come to a close here momentarily. Post-hearing submittals I consider a pleading and the sort of thing that would be in the record proper, for example, in the event of an appeal, part of the entire rulemaking record. So I'm not hearing any takers for wanting to put on additional evidence. So I'm going to close the evidentiary record right now, and let's talk about the post-hearing process. I know this would make me a terrible negotiator, but let me just offer up the most generous thing I can offer up. Just to start the conversation, and then I'm happy to take questions. Just understand that this time would not be expanded. We no longer need January 21st or 22nd, obviously, for any part of the.
It's exciting.
Yes, yes. Well, I'll deserve a pat on the back. My first question is to Mr. Ames. Mr. Ames, because I believe the most helpful format for the commissioners in their deliberations would be for the other parties to take the division's final rule proposal and do red line, strike out, what have you, and then refer to the testimony that would support each of those adjustments. That's my belief as to how that would be most helpful to the commissioners. And I know you and I have been through it together personally in the triennial review before the Water Quality Control Commission. How soon could the division prepare what would essentially be a revised Exhibit 2A and 2B?
Close of business Wednesday.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I believe that we will have the remainder of the transcripts, including the transcripts from today. My understanding from Irene earlier was that the agreement was 3 working days. Is that true, Irene?
That was my understanding from Paul, so I'm not sure. No.
Okay, so my basic point is that all of the parties will have everything they need for a post-hearing submittal by mid next week, certainly by late next week. If then you can take, I'm sorry, was someone trying to talk? Okay. If then the documents from from the division and reflect on the transcripts, as far as I'm concerned, written closing arguments are discretionary. If you feel like you need to set something out, go ahead and do it. But what is most helpful for the commission is to make your proposed revisions clear and then point to the record where those proposed revisions would be supported. And if we could have those by close of business February 5th, the rest of the process works out. That's 2 full weeks and potentially even 2 days plus that. So are there questions about any of that? Because I really do want everyone to understand what's being requested.
Madam Hearing Officer, OCD is happy to hear your proposal. Our touchstone is to do what would help the commission, and you're speaking for the commission, and so we would do that. We would also propose a page limit to ensure that we don't have voluminous documents in the record here on this. More argument is probably better said succinctly. We would propose 25 pages, excluding the certificate of service, standard 1-inch margins, double-spaced 12-point font, no attachments.
All right, so again, Mr.
Eric, can you be more precise?
I can try, but that's all I could think of, Mike.
Footnote font, and do the footnotes have to be double spaced?
We can debate that. No footnotes. How's that?
So going back, one, I want you to assume that the commission may deliberate on February 11th and 12th. Just assume that for the purposes of this conversation. And that the commission would not find especially helpful verbal closing arguments. That what is more helpful is written closing arguments if you really feel the need to make them. And what is most helpful is taking part 27, part 28, and for each of the modifications, referring to the evidence in the record, either the exhibit or the test that supports those proposed modifications. So given that, I think one of the regulations is 11 pages long. One of the regulations was a little shorter. What would your page limit apply to, Mr. Ames?
The entire pleading excluding the certificate of service.
Okay.
Exclude the only exception I would propose is that parties could attach a draft of the version of the rule that they would like, which would be the basis for their pleading.
No, so that's what I'm talking about, though, as the primary submittal from the other parties. That's what I'm trying to describe. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. Ms. Fox, something to add?
Yeah, I think, Madam Hearing Officer, I agree with you that I am fine with a 25-page limit as long as that is exclusive of our proposed modifications to the rules.
Yes, I revised my proposal along those lines. Yes.
All right, Mr. Feldwer?
Madam Hearing Officer, when you say the parties proposed modifications, you're talking about the proposed modifications that have been filed, not new modifications by parties other than the division.
No, what I mean is that you would take the division's proposal, which Mr. Ames has now promised for close of business on January 20th. Let's say that the division adopted something of what NMOGA proposed to modify. I'm assuming you wouldn't have any comment, right? If the division is proposing to modify along the lines to align itself with your own proposal, there's no particular reason to comment on that. But let's say that there are items they didn't propose to align themselves with NMOGA's proposals. At that point, you would show legislative format of the change you would want to make, and immediately under that section, point to the evidence in the record that supports your proposed adjustment.
That's I understand. My only concern is that granted, this has been all prior rulemaking, okay? The parties submit their proposed modifications in advance of the hearing, okay? The only party thereafter that is entitled to provide additional modifications is the applicant. That's how it's always been done. Now, and the reason is I think I'd be somewhat leery about parties introducing new modifications that no one has had an opportunity to address.
Okay, so I sure wasn't trying to convey that you could offer new modifications that you hadn't already.
Okay, that was my question.
Evidence to.
Okay.
Ms. Fox.
I have a question. So what I heard you say, Madam Hearing Officer, is that in our set of proposed rules that we submit, that you would like the justification for each of our proposals under the rule in the way that NMOGA filed their pre-hearing statement. Is that what you're suggesting?
So sorry.
that our justification should be integrated within our proposed modifications to the rules within that rule document, like Namoga did, which I found very helpful, by the way.
Yes. Yes. So we were doing that with the triennial review in front of the WQCC. And those commissioners, and there are 14 of them, as you know, they found it the most useful when they had half a dozen different proposals in front of them to be able to step through section by section and see section by section what the different proposals were and where in the record the support for each of those proposals could be found. And you may remember, I imagine Mr. Ames remembers, it used to be that I would take a month or two to compile everyone's proposals and go through section by section, whereby I kind of sifted and parsed what all of the parties were doing, but we don't have that kind of time. So, Ms. Fox.
Then I agree that that's a really helpful format. And, but looking for, I don't see how that fits in with a 25-page limit, because are you saying all our justification should be in this format and then any additional legal argument we'd want to make would be an additional pleading? Because just looking at Namoga's proposal in the format that you're suggesting, their part 27 is 27 pages and their part 28 is 17 pages. So we're over the 25-page limit, at least if they're going to propose, in any event, it's going to probably be more than 25 pages. So, but is that what you're suggesting, is that we do the modifications, we do the justifications, and then we can submit separately written closing argument in our discretion?
That's what I'm pitching to you. And I see Ms. Paraños. Ms. Paraños.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I will admit that I am now confused because initially it seemed like what you were asking for was a document that contained our explanation based on testimony in the record for any revisions that we are still asking for. So revisions we've already requested in this rulemaking, but have not yet been accepted by the division. And so based on the testimony in the record, we would say, we're still asking for this revision, and here's the testimony in the record that supports it. It sounds like now potentially what Tanis is asking is, or Ms. Fox, in our one exhibit that we are allowed, which would be a copy of OCD's most recent version of the proposed rule with our suggested revisions that we are referring to in our final closing brief, that in that red line document, we would include not just the language change, so strikeout or additional language, but also the justification for that strikeout, which is also included in the brief. And so is that what you're asking for? Do you want the justification for the strikeout in both documents or just in the brief?
No, so I believe that it's most helpful if the justification appears, or if you point to the evidence in the strikeout underlying rule document, and really the closing argument is more about, for example, what's legal or what the scope of authority of the division might be. It's more for legal arguments, not to point to exactly where in the record a particular adjustment of the rule would be made.
Okay, thank you. That is clear. I understand what you're asking for now.
All right, Ms. Fox.
And so the proposed page limit wouldn't apply to the rule modification document with justifications, but certainly would apply to the closing argument document. Is that right?
Yes, and I really hope you guys don't need 25 pages to make any kind of closing argument. Anyway, page, as far as I'm concerned, the proposed adjustments to the rule and where you're pointing to the evidence shouldn't have a page limit.
I agree with you. Very good. If it helps you guys, I won't read anything past 10 pages.
Thank you, Commissioner Engler.
Thank you.
So are there any other questions about any of this? I can certainly put it in order if that would be helpful.
Can I just confirm? So it sounds like the division's hopefully going to have their red lines this Wednesday. There would hopefully be most of the transcripts by this Wednesday. Then the parties are going to do their thing. It's due end of day the 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the 5th?
5th.
Yeah. End of day the 5th, February the 5th. And then we would deliberate at the normally scheduled OCC hearing the 11th and the 12th, and we will need to continue the cases from the 11th to probably a later date, maybe like the 25th. Okay. Chris or Mr. Molander, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. I just wanted.
No, I'm taking notes. So we will be talking in the coming week about getting this tidied up, and we'll take care of it. But
Okay,
yes,
great. I just want to make sure you're hearing it all.
I am absolutely glued to the action, so I am here.
Great.
All right.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Officer, but I am now thoroughly confused about what is going on. It appears now it's up to 2 documents, and I'm not sure there are any page limits at all, and I'm not clear at all what is expected from the division other than the proposed rule. Are you expecting us to do a justification for every paragraph, subparagraph in the rule, or just for those proposals of other parties that we still have not accepted? I'm a little clear about what obligation the division has besides producing the document by close of business Wednesday.
I believe you have already produced 2 documents, namely the 2 exhibits you introduced today that provide an excellent explanation of why you haven't accepted the changes the division hasn't accepted. I don't think we need that again from you. I think to the extent you would like to offer written closing argument, you're welcome to do that. Otherwise, what we need from you soonest is the final or the proposed rules in their final proposed format by end of next Wednesday. And again, closing argument is discretionary.
And what are the parameters for closing argument?
You can put whatever you like in closing argument. I will
10
say
pages.
that
100 words or less.
10 pages, right, Dr. Engler? 10 pages.
12-point footnotes.
I can do a haiku if you'd like.
Oh, yes.
That would be great. I mean, creativity, I think definitely counts here.
Or a sonnet. Anyway, so what, I understand Dr. Engler's parameters. What are the hearing officers?
so. I guess I'm not concerned that anyone's going to abuse the written closing argument among you all. You're all great lawyers. I'm not concerned about abuse there. I can write down a 25-page limit or a 10-page limit, but since it's coming in writing, I'm not worried.
Okay.
I have written down 10 pages.
I heard Dr. Engler loud and clear.
Mr. Feldwart, I might have to reduce that.
All right. Is
Thank
there
you.
anything else we can talk about before we adjourn?
I'm sure we can find something, but I don't think we want to.
All right. Well, thank you all very, very much. Have a great weekend.
Great
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Felicia.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, commissioners and council.